the draft agenda were also posted on our township website. Please all stand to salute the flag.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Cohen?
Here.
Mr. Cosgrove?
Here.
Mr. Ceruto?
Here.
Mr. Stoller?
Present.
Mayor Sakamandy?
Here.
Thank you.
Great. Before we continue, tonight is the night scheduled for the second reading and public hearing of ordinance 2728-26. The ordinance designating the Woodfield Short Hills Estate as a historic district. Last week, we received a petition from residents of the neighborhood opposing the designation. However, in the days that followed, some signatories have reached out to retract their names from that petition. I've also heard from residents who have expressed concern that inaccurate information about the potential historic designation has been circulating in the neighborhood, and that some residents have felt pressure in how they were approached about signing the petition. Given that residents are still actively reassessing their positions, and given the importance of ensuring that everyone in the affected neighborhood has the opportunity to make a fully informed decision based on accurate information, I believe it is in the best interest of the community to allow additional time. I therefore move to adjourn the second reading and public hearing of ordinance 2728-26 to April 21st. May I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion passes. May I have a motion?
Yeah, I would do it.
Thank you. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cosgrove?
Aye.
Mr. Ceruto?
Yes.
Mr. Stoller?
Affirmative to push the prolonging, yes.
Mayor Sakamandy?
Yes.
Thank you.
What's the hearing date, John?
April 21st?
So for anyone here for that ordinance public hearing, this is your notice that that meeting will be, or I'm sorry, what day was it?
April 21st.
April 21st will be the news, this is your notice of that public hearing.
Oh, my God. All right, may I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
Motion.
May I have a second? We're gonna take a 2-minute recess. Please. Approve the February 3rd, 2026 Township Committee regular meeting minutes.
Mr. Mayor, can we do the agenda again, please?
Oh, okay, sure.
Thank you.
May I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
Motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Any opposed?
Thank you.
I have a motion to approve the February 3rd, 2026 Township Committee regular meeting minutes. May I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? May I have a motion to approve the February 3rd, 2026 Township Committee Special Meeting Minutes?
Motion.
Do I have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, reports. Before I begin my reports, I want to recognize the extraordinary efforts of our DPW, police, fire, and first aid squads crews during last week's historic storm. For snowfall totals not seen in over 30 years, this was a genuine test for our community's resilience, and our dedicated employees met the challenge. They worked around the clock under dangerous conditions to keep our roads passable and our residents safe. I went out Monday afternoon to survey the response firsthand, and I was genuinely impressed by how well all of our roads had already been cleared. And the work didn't stop when the snow did. Our DPW crews spent days after the blizzard widening roads, clearing town sidewalks, and ensuring Milburn got back on its feet. I also want to recognize our business administrator for his outstanding coordination of the overall storm response, which made a real difference in how quickly and effectively our town was able to react. The response clearly did not go unnoticed. I received a steady stream of compliments from residents expressing how impressed they were with how our township handled the storm. Our municipal employees represent the very best of what public service looks like, and this community is so fortunate to have them.
My second.
Last Wednesday, Committeeman Cerruto, Business Administrator McDonald, and I had an important meeting with County Executive Joe DiVincenzo and other county leadership. This continues the work that Committeeman Stoller initiated last year when he held the first in-person meeting between our VA, members of the TC, and county leadership in over a decade. And I want to acknowledge him for reestablishing that relationship. Our conversation focused on ways the county can give back to Milburn, given that our residents contribute approximately 50 million annually in county taxes. We discussed a variety of topics, but I want to highlight one in particular: flood mitigation. We discussed the roadblocks to the Orange River bypass project that are being imposed by the state DPW, and expressed our desire for the county to see if there's anything they can do about that. The highlight of the meeting, however, was the earthen dam proposal for the South Mountain Reservation, developed by Charlie Bambera and members of the Flood Mitigation Advisory Board. This was the county executive's first exposure to the idea, and he was genuinely intrigued by the potential for it to provide a permanent flood mitigation solution, not just for Milburn, but for downstream communities as well. He committed to giving the proposal a thorough review and potentially advocating on our behalf at the state and federal levels to help move it forward. In the past, when the Army Corps of Engineers proposed a 70-foot concrete dam, Joe DiVincenzo and many others were opposed to that, and that effort went nowhere. Getting county buy-in.
Yeah, that door's open.
Christine, that door, you can close that door, because that was.
Motion to
As long-
continue.
Yeah, as long as that one stays open.
Thank you,
All right.
Christine.
Getting county buy-in for ecologically friendly earthen dam floodwater detention solution is a critical step in helping to try to push it forward. The topic of the Mayor's Rahway River Coalition came up as well. We indicated that we would be reviving that coalition and asked for the county support on that as well. I would let Committeeman Cerruto and Business Administrator McDonald elaborate more on the details of the rest of the meeting during their reports. I also want to mention a community event that took place on February 22nd. More than 100 residents participated in ICE in Milburn, a webinar organized by the Milburn Immigration Information Group, independent, bipartisan volunteer group of community members formed with a clear purpose: to provide residents with accurate, fact-based information about immigration law and residents' legal rights regarding enforcement activity should it occur in our community. I want to be clear that this was entirely independent of the township and the township committee. Special recognition goes to Gene Pasternak and Jorge Masterpietro for their leadership in spearheading this effort, along with other community members, myself included, who helped bring it together from the ground up. I had the honor of delivering the opening remarks on the day of the event. I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to Senators McKeon and Gramnick for lending their expertise as panelists, and to our other participants, and to the more than 100 residents who engaged thoughtfully on what was undeniably a complex and often emotional topic. If you want to watch the webinar recording, you may do so at www.westhobart.org/MIIG. The EC had a special meeting via Zoom on February 20th, where they passed a resolution urging the TC and the BOE to cease funding synthetic field projects. Finally, I want to address something briefly as a number of residents have reached out about tonight's CDC ordinance with concerns that people are being removed from CETA. That is not what is happening. Any resident who wishes to serve on the new committee is welcome to do so. My fellow committee members and I are committed to opening volunteer opportunities for all qualified applicants. What is happening is this. For 6 years, CETA failed to meet basic requirements of its own governing resolution. No reorganization, no properly elected chair, no secretary, no minutes. That is a failure of transparency and accountability that exposed this township to real reputational risk. This township committee has a fiduciary duty to act. Later tonight, we will fulfill this duty with the introduction of a new ordinance to replace CETA. We will discuss this in full during the ordinance reading, but residents deserve the complete picture before public comment begins. And with that, I will now turn it over to Committeeman Stoller so he can deliver his reports. Committeeman Stoller?
Thank you, Frank. Mayor. Let's start with Recreation Committee. Spring and summer registration is still open. Pool, golf, tennis memberships are open. You have to get them before May 1st to get your free guest pass if you so choose. Annual egg hunt will be in Taylor Park, scheduled for May 21st at 10 a.m. All are welcome. Special Improvement District, the big promo at the moment is Bird Bingo with the Cora Hartshorn Arboretum. So if you want to participate in a bird bingo, be sure to reach out and look at Explore Millburn Short Hills website for all the valuable details on that. BOE, actually I was speaking to Abigail Speltz, but the girls varsity basketball team advanced last night in the state tournament. Place was packed. And then the boys, unfortunately, varsity basketball team lost a nail biter. But big congratulations to both teams. What else we got here? Joint facilities on fields. We had a meeting today, this morning, midday, to discuss all the fields coming out of the winter and the harsh winter it's been at that. All of the grass fields remain unplayable for the foreseeable future. Obviously, due to inclement weather, the turf fields will be removing the covers, and those should be available by the end of the week. Open Space Tax Fund Advisory Board, we had a meeting on last Monday evening. Discussion was discussed, went over the matrix, the rubric to look at different projects, et cetera. Had some great guest speakers from Madison. I had a lot of the public speak. It was a very good meeting. I said I would report back on my commute into Manhattan using New Jersey Transit. What a disaster, I tell you right now. 2.5 hours in, a couple hours back. I did it 2 days in a row. I ended up now just driving in and taking that. But everybody, please be patient. We had good discussions with them. They had their ambassadors out here. But with the weather combined with the increased traffic, and the worst part is getting to Hoboken and then being 3 deep on the platform to get on the path to 33rd, and you're literally waiting for 3 trains. Not fun. Affordable housing, I'll defer to council when that comes up, if it comes up. Looking for reports, Mayor.
Thank you. Committeeman Cohen.
Yeah, well, thank you, Committeeman Stoller, for bringing up Bird Bingo, the Arboretum. It's a joint project. Thank Explore Millburn for helping and providing some entry to some of the merchants. Basically, you can get a bingo card. You stop by a merchant, you fill out the card in the line, just like bingo. It qualifies you to enter into a prize drawing. The planning board met the day after our last township committee meeting, and the 4 resolutions that were required in support of our round 4 fair share housing obligation were deemed to be not inconsistent with the master plan, as was the declaration of the Woodfield neighborhood as potentially historic. Was also considered not inconsistent with the master plan. That's it.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mayor. No report, other than the zoning Advisory Board continues its work. For those of you new to the zoning advisory committee, we're looking at all the zoning ordinances in town and trying to tweak them where they need to be tweaked and update them where they need. So there are some ordinances on the agenda tonight that are coming from the zoning review board. Thank you.
Good evening, Ceruto.
Yeah, good evening. Want to first start by just acknowledging a township resident, Adi Aurora. Anyone who tuned in last night was on The Voice, Melbourne High grad, an extraordinary singer, and is going to be on John Legend's team with The Voice. So congratulations to him. Regarding Milburn 250, there's 3 amazing activities going on this month. 2 at the library on the 17th and 26th. I see Miss Kelly in the audience, who is of course on our team. So please go to milburn250.org and follow along. There's also a hike on March 28th, which is amazing. We had a meeting with Joint 911 Dispatch and just talking about our continued partnership with the City of Summit. Regarding the Essex County meeting with Mayor Saccomandi, and I do want to also commend Committeeman Stoller for starting that process last year. You know, it was great to be part of sort of this movement to communicate, to open lines of communication, to ensure that we have a seat at the table. You know, we're one of 22 municipalities, and we give the second most to the county after the largest city in the state. So to add to the mayor's report, the county has agreed to partner with us on pedestrian safety in key intersections, angled parking, new crosswalks. We discussed plowing and paving projects. One of the big things, which seems like a small thing, but is permanent gates at Brookside Drive, which is closed on Sunday. So the county has agreed to work with us on putting in permanent gates as opposed to the temporary barriers that we see now. So, you know, Frank, Ben, and I, obviously we started the process, but I think as a whole, we all want to make sure that we're not stopping the fight for county services that, you know, we're obviously paying for, and establishing regular communication. You know, it was great to see Mr. McDonald has been back and forth with the county engineer 3 times this week. You know, this is the type of working relationship that we want to have. And I want to commend Mr. McDonald as well. We've been working on a number of some more fun, like holiday lighting, which will be meeting tomorrow to finally come up with our final plan on holiday lighting downtown, but also on a number of pedestrian safety, JCP&L, Department of Transportation. We're going to have a busy couple of weeks. So thank you all. Thank you, Mayor. And that's the end of my report. All good stuff.
Business Administrator McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. First and foremost, I would just like to take this opportunity to introduce the community and everyone to Omar Buckingham, who is our new Assistant Administrator. Joined us on Tuesday, since Monday was a little bit of an issue, but has settled right in, and we're happy to have him aboard. Omar previously served in East Windsor as the Assistant Administrator for 3 years.
Just like it.
And so we're glad to have him here and happy for the assist. I think the mayor and Committeeman Ceruto covered the county meeting very well. It was a very productive meeting and a lot of good discussion, a lot of continuation of some things that we discussed previously with Committeeman Stoller, but also some more commitment on some of those items. And also just a note on the gates for Brookside Drive, as well as the closure, it is significant sort of enhancement because that road gets closed due to flooding during major events, and then we can permanently close that with those gates, so that people don't avoid barricades and get themselves into danger. I think that will serve the township better and its residents better. Just some information for the public that our budget will be introduced on April 3rd. We are looking to have a budget information session on April 16th, although I would just wait for
confirmation on that, once we get our space, and we will advertise that, to the residents. And then, preliminarily scheduled to have a public hearing and adoption on May 5th. All that will be posted to the website, for those that are interested. We are, I'm still waiting for a proposal from, Mr. Vinegra on the stormwater regulations. He had indicated to me today that he would have it, to me today, so I'm hoping that after the meeting, I'll have that and can start, moving that process forward. And we anticipate having the sidewalk regulations for the township committee, at the meeting on March 17th.
Alex, just one question. Last year, we had him extend the period of operation for Sundays for Brookside. We said we'd revisit after yours, that we continue.
Yeah, I don't know that the length of time came up. Again, there hasn't been much, concern, regarding that length of time. Unless there's, the desire from the committee to, pull that back a little bit. I think
the community loves it, so.
Right, Attorney Cantor?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a brief, fair share housing update. As of our last meeting on the 17th, we had not yet received our 4th round order. That order was entered on February 23rd. The order we received was pretty standard to what other municipalities have received. Anyone who's the last meeting recalls there was some discussion around whether or not we should adopt our ordinances on the 17th or meet the 16th deadline, and our order has that same bold language that all ordinances be adopted by the 16th. So the necessity for the special meeting, I think, is there. The only difference in our order, and by way of background, RPM, a developer, had filed an objection in our 4th round related to their 3rd round project, which is the DPW project, which remains in litigation. The township still has an appeal. So our order just has one additional condition that is unique to Milburn, which is, to the extent applicable, a clear statement of whether and how the municipality relies on the RPM development for 4th round compliance or for the statutory review, together with a current status summary and a description of any municipal actions required for the mechanism to remain realistic. So the court's asking, as part of our 4th round filing, that we file, an update on the RPM development. So my office will put that together and it'll be filed with the court along with all the adopted ordinances, which Committeeman Cohen referenced that were before the planning board. So that's an update as far as our affordable housing goes. If any committee person has any questions, I'm happy to take that. Otherwise, I have no further report.
Thank you. All right, public comment. When invited to speak to offer your comments, please come to the lectern. It will clearly state your name and whether you are a Milburn resident and or a property or business owner. Please do not provide your full address, seeing as our meetings are recorded and readily available to the public. To help facilitate an orderly meeting and to permit all to be heard, the speaker shall limit their comments to 1 3-minute session. You will be prompted when there is 30 seconds remaining. A reminder, this is not a time for dialogue or to debate the matter. This is a time during our business meeting for the public to offer comments. Now, open the public comment period.
Not sure about this microphone.
You can start. I'll get done.
Yeah.
They can belt it out.
What's fun?
Wow.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
As far as next one.
Jackie Benjamin Lieberberg, resident. At the last TC meeting, Mayor Saccomundi and Committeeman Stoller and Saruta voted to completely restructure and appoint a new chair for CETA. Thank you to Deputy Mayor Cosgrove, CETA Liaison, and Committeeman Cohn for pointing out that all boards have always chosen their chairs and recommending that the CETA committee be allowed to be fully compliant at their next meeting. For the record, it was my understanding as an advisory committee that minutes, agendas, and chair secretary was not required. I will gladly adhere to the guidelines and inform the CETA committee, but instead you have decided to change an ordinance that has been on the books and put forth your own chair and not permit the committee to do so. It's important that you have a full understanding of what CETA is. It began in 2019 to engage all our ethnic and cultural groups, celebrate our diversity. It was designed to pull residents and the community together. Other CETA members included Paper Mill, Board of Ed, Art Advisory, Senior Citizens, as well as Explore, which generously leveraged their 501c3 status for our combined projects. These groups are not represented in your new ordinance, and they've actively contributed to the mission. The current members work cohesively. Their work has been prolific and consistent with our mission of engagement. Mill Wheels Rolling into Millburn showcased 20+ community groups. The art installation, all together now, a full day of Indian and Chinese music and dance, where over 350 were in attendance. A massive art mural after Hurricane Ida, 3 Founding Day celebrations that included Millburn Short Hills Historical Society, Boy Scouts, Explore, Environmental Commission, and Climate Action. CETA was invited to join the 250 committee and successfully engaged 50+ organizations in a public art mural. As requested to lower the cost, I secured a generous grant of $5,000 from the mall at Short Hills. This was welcomed and unanimously supported by the 250 committee and which was kept abreast at every step of the work. These were all recorded on their minutes as well. CETA is devoted to unity, not divisiveness. I have been a dedicated resident and community volunteer for over 30 years, including mayor during the height of COVID. Rather than focusing on what I didn't do, let's try and focus on the positive contributions to the overall community and the engagement that was created by CETA. The proof of the good work of this committee and record of achievement, and I am proud of what we have accomplished. Thank you.
I'm Trina Franco, longtime Short Hills resident. Before my first remarks, I just want to encourage everyone to go to the Millburn Public Library and see that wonderful exhibit put on by our Muslim community on Islamic art. There's especially this beautiful rug, which is right under the guest book. And there's also wonderful jewelry, which every girl likes. So please go. I understand that you're thinking of changing how CETA works, the Arts Committee. That saddens me. I have so enjoyed looking at the multicolored sculpture in Taylor Park of children dancing in a circle. And who didn't enjoy watching the little ones twirl those mill wheels? I kind of wanted to twirl them myself. Changing the name and management of CETA is similar to the changes at the Kennedy Center. We lose artistic vision and replace it with political ideology. I'm considering boycotting anything from this new committee. Just as famous artists like Renee Fleming, the San Francisco Ballet, and Philip Glass are not performing at the Trump Kennedy Center. As they sang in Hamilton, if you stand for nothing, gentlemen, what will you fall for?
Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor,
Your name, please.
Tom Holman. I've been a proud resident of Millburn Short Hills for the last 37 years. I was appointed to the CETA committee in January. It was my very first committee appointment. And until earlier this evening, when the mayor clarified that CETA or the new cultural committee will not prevent us CETA members from joining this new committee. I was feeling a little bit sad that after 37 years, I only have 60 days on a township committee. But I still urge the township committee to consider either tabling or modifying this ordinance. While the stated goal of the ordinance is to ensure organizational and record-keeping compliance, I think the methods that are proposed are unnecessarily disruptive of the volunteer work currently underway, which Mrs. Lieberberg detailed the many accomplishments of this committee. Don't throw away that historical accomplishment. Also, the CETA committee emphasized for the last several years, highlighting programs that recognize and showcase diversity in the arts. But for whatever reason, you've seen fit to eliminate arts from the committee's title. I hope that doesn't mean you're eliminating arts from the committee's work. Within a few days after I was brought into the CETA committee, I started to work with Chairperson Lieberberg on a project to bring a jazz festival to Millburn. I cannot tell you how vigorously and energetically Chairperson Lieberberg embraced that idea. We had a great meeting with Administrator McDonald. So just in conclusion, I hope you would take another look at this ordinance. I think CETA deserves to be continued and not eliminated. Thank you.
Good evening, board members and attendees here. My name is Shikha Agarwal. I'm longtime resident of Melbourne and Short Hills community and live in Great Hills Road. When I heard about the CETA, that was something really disheartening. And I'm here to simply say that what you guys do is amazing. You do awesome work with community. But for some of us, a strong community is not just built by ordinance, titles, or agendas. It's built by showing up consistently, listening deeply, and acting with empathy at the time when it's needed. And with my experience with CETA committee, as well as Jackie Lieberberg as the mayor of the town during COVID, I want to sincerely thank her for creating opportunities for the township, bringing the spirit of volunteerism as well as action in areas where it really makes difference in the lives of others and those who are vulnerable. And the projects that I especially engaged with her, and thanks to her committee that she put together, who are for volunteers of the community, Sapna Gupta, Rima Chahar, and other volunteers in our committee who helped and brought us together to do and visualize what a grassroots level organization or initiative without having a formal position in the board could do and make impact. So these communities, these initiatives are very important, and they bring this community together, bring that connection and diversity and different perspective, and create youth volunteer opportunities, engagement. So we want to emphasize on the work that they have done, and through this community and Jackie's leadership, we've been able to enjoy and participate into Founding Day mural project across different ages and backgrounds. And these are the events that are creating connection, pride, and real sense of belonging for us. So please, when you make decision to put titles and ordinances, think about those few things that brings the community together. I just want to say that it's not easy to do all this. There is a tremendous amount of volunteer spirit, time, and organization and commitment that's required. And if we keep going and putting titles and things and not pursue those things with passion, we would lose the essence of those initiatives. Thank you for the opportunity to present my views.
Okay. Hello, my name is Dean Schulman and I live in Milburn. I'm also a Republican. I've been a member of CETA Group since its inception. My request for the following is a clear explanation followed. I request no current changes to the name and area CETA has been involved in. That current members choose the chairperson. That required processes are clearly documented and implemented by the current members. It is clear that there's something nefarious that's going on here and should be obvious to those at this meeting. This volunteer group, whose function is to engage our diverse community, which as the name implies, includes cultural engagement, diversity, and arts. Arts is an important role. The group has always been inclusive. Some of the successes have been the celebration of the 100-year birthday in Taylor Park, the multicolor people sculpture in Taylor Park, the fantastically accepted Mill Wheels, the 40-foot mural in Art Alley, and now the tile mural celebrating America's 250th birthday. I'm very concerned of the lack of respect for this group and what appears to be the beginning of a hostile takeover. In the last CETA meeting, 2 new volunteers interrupted the meeting by accusations of intentional malfeasance. The individuals hijacked the meeting by demanding to know who the chairman is. Where are the meetings? Where are the videos? All good questions. And if the issue is that we need to follow certain procedures, the chair has already sent an email that all issues and corrections will be implemented at the next CETA meeting. There was also an accusation that we left out 3 groups for the 250 celebration year, not to mention the 45+ community groups that are included. In one case, the BAMS group was notified and didn't respond. The second issue was regarding political parties, which initially was not going to have their own tiles. And the third was a group we were unaware of its organization. In the interest of inclusion, all 3 groups were immediately issued a tile to participate. During the last TC meeting on February 17th, which is recorded, showed clear animosity to the current CD committee, especially to the current chairperson. The CETA group immediately agreed to make whatever procedures need to be implemented. Both Cone and Cosgrove appreciated the fact that all issues were to be immediately addressed and that the issue should not reach the level of nuclear destruction. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Stacy Krieger, resident of Short Hills. I live at 71 Woodfield Drive, and I am here to express my opposition to ordinance 2728-26. I know you've adjourned your consideration to April 21st. I cannot be here that night, so it's okay. I'm just gonna say what I have to say tonight. So the stated purpose of this ordinance is to preserve the historic character and integrity of the area known as Woodfield Short Hills Estate. However, the boundaries proposed in this ordinance, in my opinion, are arbitrary, capricious, and unreasonable. There is no way to preserve the historic character of an area where only a select few houses from a given neighborhood are included in the proposed designation. The ordinance includes 54 properties. Of those, at least 21 have neighboring properties that are not included, meaning homes that are immediately next door, directly across the street, and/or share a backyard border with these properties. I simply do not see how the integrity or historic character of the area can be preserved when immediately adjacent properties are excluded from the designation. Additionally, the area labeled Woodfield Short Hills Estate in this proposal does not, I believe, align with the only available map of the original neighborhood from 1926, the only one that I could find filed with the district. This map clearly shows a much larger footprint. If we are truly seeking to preserve historic character, the designation should reflect the historic boundaries, not a selected portion of them. I understand that there must be a cutoff somewhere, but the cutoff proposed here does appear arbitrary. There are natural and logical boundaries to my neighborhood, including Parsonage Hill Road, Old Short Hills Road, Woodfield, and Fox Hill. In my opinion, that would create a coherent and historically defensible district. Moreover, if the goal here really is to preserve the integrity and historic character of this neighborhood, I would suggest that the Oakey Tract or Fox Hill Reserve be included in the designation as well. This wooded area is integral to the historic character of our neighborhood, and there is ample case law that historic districts in New Jersey can include natural features, landscapes, and open space. Excluding this feature of our neighborhood further underscores the arbitrary nature of the proposed boundaries. I will not spend time tonight discussing property values. However, when 3 homes sit on the same street and only one is encumbered by historic restrictions, I don't think anyone here would disagree that this homeowner may face a severe disadvantage when selling. In this case, that homeowner is me. For these reasons, I respectfully urge the committee to reject the ordinance as it currently is proposed. And if the committee is inclined to proceed, I would strongly request that the boundaries be expanded to reflect the true historic footprint of this neighborhood. Thank you so much.
Tony Volk, good evening. I've lived in town for almost 30 years. I've raised 3 children. I'm here to talk about sports fields. I've raised 3 children throughout the district, all of whom played sports from K through 12. I've coached my kids' team and spent hundreds and hundreds of hours watching my kids play sports on our fields and traveled the state to watch my kids play at other facilities. I've read a recent letter from the Milburn for Climate Action. While I share their goal of safety and believe their desires are rooted in good faith, I believe this project needs to move forward with all deliberate speed. We must be honest. We have been discussing our field deficit for many years and have been discussing turfing our back high school fields for decades. While we continue to debate life cycle economics, our children are playing on facilities that are objectively inferior to so many other communities in New Jersey. This is not just a handful of kids and parents, but thousands and thousands of students and parents who visit our facilities. The truth is, we are a first-rate town with second-rate fields, and that is the choice we have made, but we no longer need to make that choice. Thousands of kids use these fields annually, and thousands of parents watch them, often through the mud or from the sidelines of a canceled game due to rain. No more time for no more water damage, no more muddy shoes. Our kids deserve better. For the first time in decades, as many of you in the audience will know, we finally have a consensus between our Township Committee and our Board of Ed on how to fund this project. This is the moment to move forward. The letter asks for a transparent alternatives analysis, but the reality is that natural grass, which gets wet and muddy, is also not always safe. We are not the New York Yankees or the New York Mets with multi-million-dollar budgets for field crew maintenance. Many towns in New Jersey face these same environmental questions and chose to prioritize their children's playability and community. Better facilities build better athletes, foster community pride, and protect our property values for the tens of thousands of visitors who judge our town by what they see at our schools. I want to be really clear. Safety must be a part of this process, and we should ensure that whoever our vendor is that we select uses safe materials employed by other school districts. We are not reinventing the wheel with this project. The delay will be your decision, and I urge you not to delay. Instead, let's provide our children with the safe, reliable, world-class facilities they deserve. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Messer. I'm a resident of Short Hills. CEDA, the Cultural Engagement, Diversity and Arts Committee, has strengthened community life in ways that are visible and lasting. If there were procedural mistakes, such as confusion over whether minutes were required, those should absolutely be corrected. Transparency matters, accountability matters. But eliminating an entire board over what appears to have been a misunderstanding sends a troubling message that a single error justifies dismantling a volunteer body that has otherwise served the community well. That sets a precedent none of our boards should be comfortable with. This misunderstanding should not cast a cloud over the extraordinary work that has been done by this committee and its chair, Jackie Lieberberg. CEDA's mission of bringing people together across our diverse community is unique, and it is evidenced by what they have accomplished. The Mill Wheels Rolling into Milburn project, which engaged more than 20 community groups. The colorful people sculpture in Taylor Park. Refounding Day celebrations organized in partnership with other township groups, the Hurricane Ida mural in our valley, Chinese and Indian dance and music festivals, and now the mural celebrating the 250th anniversary, supported in part by a $5,000 contribution from the mall at Short Hills secured by the chair. And I heard that a jazz festival was next on the horizon. More concerning is the structural change embedded in this ordinance. It is standard practice for governing bodies to appoint members to boards and commissions. It is not typical for the township committee to appoint not only the members, but also the chair, the vice chair, and the secretary. Traditionally, those officers are chosen by the board itself. That structure exists for a reason. It preserves a degree of independence while maintaining accountability to the township committee. When one governing body appoints every member and also selects the leadership, it blurs the line between oversight and control. Even if exercised with the best intentions, that concentration of authority weakens the independence that allows advisory committees to function effectively and creatively. Today it is CETA, tomorrow it could be another committee, environmental, planning, recreation, any volunteer body whose work or leadership falls out of favor. Governance should not be reactive or punitive, it should be stable, measured, and consistent. Disbanding CETA and centralizing control over its leadership is not proportional. It risks discouraging volunteer participation and undermining the collaborative spirit that makes local government work. This is about process, precedent, and preserving a system where volunteer committees can serve the public effectively while remaining appropriately accountable. I urge the committee to reconsider this ordinance, correct what needs correcting, and preserve both CETA and the governance principles that protect all of our boards moving forward. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Denise and I live in Deerfield, like everyone in this room, for over 30 years.
State your last name.
Shown. Today, I want to talk about something that truly holds our community together. It's called our volunteers. Volunteering is not a job. It doesn't come with a paycheck, a contract, or even a title that someone can take ownership of it. Volunteering is a choice. It is a gift. It is that someone decides to give their time, their energy, their skills, and their heart to something bigger than themselves. And that choice belongs to the volunteer. It is not something that can simply be taken away because someone decides that they want someone else in that place. Volunteers step forward because they care, not because they have to. Volunteers are the backbone of every strong community. They organize events, serve on boards, support local programs, help neighbors, and create the activities that bring people together. Especially now when communities are changing and people are not socializing the way they once did, those activities matter now more than ever. They create a connection, they build belonging, they fight isolation. We also need to remember that volunteers often help others reach their goals. Many people who hold positions of leadership didn't get there alone. Volunteers worked behind the scenes, made calls, showed up, supported campaigns, and helped open doors. Everyone on this committee knows who's helped them a lot. So imagine spending years serving your community, giving your time and effort, only to have someone decide that they no longer want you to volunteer. How would you feel? That decision should not belong to one person. If someone chooses to step away from volunteering, that choice should come from them, not from pressure, replacement, or disrespect. If we treat volunteers as replaceable, if we say we'll just go after you and find someone else, what message does that send to our community? Why would someone volunteer if it's how they're treated that way? Strong communities are not built on intimidation or exclusion. They're built on respect, gratitude, and kindness. A simple thank you matters. Treating people with dignity matters. Appreciating services matter. Let's be the kind of community that honors the people that give freely of themselves. Let's protect the spirit of volunteerism. Let's remember that volunteers are not expendable, they're essential, because without volunteers, we don't have the community we value so clearly. Jacqueline Benjamin Lieberberg deserves to stay at CETA and continue her commitment to our community. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dorothy Kelly. I am a Milburn resident. And I am here to speak about, my work with CETA and with Jacqueline Benjamin Lieberberg. I have been working with, I'm gonna call her Jackie because I've known her a long time, for almost as long as I have been working with the library, with the Historical Society, and with all the other, organizations that I have been volunteering with. And what I can say is that she puts everything into it. Her work has been incredible. She has brought, people talk about the mill wheels. There were 2 sets of mill wheels. I was involved with both sets of mill wheels. For Friends of the Milburn Library, we helped put together a mill wheel that was gorgeous. And then we did it again. The library did it, and the Historical Society did it, and it was so much work. And she got all these different organizations to do it, and it was not easy. Anyone who has ever volunteered and tried to get more people to volunteer to help them understands that it is a really hard task. People want to do it, but then they get busy, and it ends up falling on the shoulders of 1 or 2 people. Jackie has picked up that load so many times for CETA and brought about results. I've been working with her on the 250 committee on the mural. And I have to say, when she first proposed it to us, I was like, there's no way she's gonna be able to get this done. I was like, there's no way she's going to be able to pull in 250 tiles here from people. People don't produce things. They say they want to, they don't. And I saw her reach out all over the place. Did she miss people? I didn't see her missing people because I saw the people who weren't responding. Because people don't respond. This is how it happens when you're asking people to do things. Some people are busy, they do it, some people never get back to you. But she ended up fulfilling it. I realized that there were things that people wish she had done differently, and I see that she has actually made some changes. I hold the greatest respect for what she has done and for what she's brought to CETA. I also would ask you to please reconsider the new name for CETA. Calling it the CDC is probably not the best association. And I do think that keeping the arts and the engagement in there are essential. Livingston has a committee on diversity and inclusivity. I think we want to keep some of those ideas in our organizations. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Sapna Gupta. I am a Milburn Short Hills resident for about 13-14 years. I first met Jackie as a mayor and loved how approachable she was. Over the years, we met through different town events and through CETA activities. Culture has always been an important part of me and our community and a sense of belonging. We love the inclusiveness by the different cultural organizations, Indian, Chinese, Korean, Muslims, and other local groups. We all became part of our town where we matter and our kids belong. That is very important to us. Through CETA and through we met many non-profit and cultural organizations coming together. We shared our experiences, food, stories, and values. And in the 3 workshops that we all came to get trained, we actually painted together, especially in this mural project. I just loved the mural project vision and plans to celebrate the 250 years of America. The whole community came together and it was just like, it was like a party, you know, where I met Chinese organization, Korean organization folks, and it was great. What was great was that and somebody had a question, Jackie would promptly answer or reach out. We were all on schedule and she kept us on schedule. That was very, very important. I've worked closely with Jackie in this project, and let me tell you, like, sometimes I don't have the answers, but she did, and she has reached out to many organizations, and sometimes we don't get reply. Then we try to reach out to other people who know, and there could be some miss. Like there are about 50 plus organizations who are participating. In the last meeting, what went, of course, none of us liked it, but she made the amendments. We made some adjustments, and I am glad that everybody is on the same page. I request you all to consider Jackie to stay on as a chairperson. She has already acknowledged to have minutes and documentations going forward. And let this that mural project complete with Jackie as the current chairperson. We have about 250 beautiful tiles from different organizations, and we would love to see complete and hanging outside the Millville Library with Jackie standing proudly and we all standing with her. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bill Brazel. I'm a resident of South Mountain, the father of 3 girls, and the chair of the Environmental Commission. I'm here tonight to speak about 2 things that I think matter deeply to this town, the fields near the high school and how we are treating our volunteers. First, the fields. I run on and around them all the time behind the high school, and my daughters play softball on them frequently. The grassy areas are beautiful. They will not be if we pave them over with plastic. On February 20th, in an emergency session, the Millburn Environmental Commission overwhelmingly passed a resolution urging the Township Committee and the Board of Education to stop funding synthetic turf projects and instead look at ways to use the Open Space Trust Fund money, which so many of us need for in order to promote nature, to actually find a way to make the grass fields playable. That's a doable thing, and we can do it at much less expense. The resolution also outlines serious health and environmental concerns tied to synthetic turf. Those include extreme surface heat, which increases the risk of heat-related illness, as well as turf burns and higher rates of certain lower body injuries. The New York Times had a piece just last weekend about the shocking increase in ACL tears among young girl athletes, which is tied to turf. That's why they're having more of these injuries. The American Orthopedic Society for Sports Medicine studied the NFL, the National Football League, some of the best athletes in our country. They found that play on synthetic turf resulted in a 16% increase in lower extremity injuries per play than that on natural grass. It's no surprise then that 92% of NFL players would rather play on grass. Shouldn't we listen to them? There are environmental concerns as well, of course. That's why the EC looked into it. Proposed turf installations here would sit near Van Winkle Brook and within a flood-prone area connected to the Rahway River. The commission raised concerns that stormwater runoff or flooding would carry microplastics and PFAS, polyfluoroalkyl substances, which are carcinogens, and also interfere with hormone development of both young girls and young boys into nearby waterways, potentially affecting ecosystems and even our drinking water. Taking this all into account, the EC formally asks the township and school officials to make a serious study of using grass as an alternative. Now to my second point, how we treat volunteers. You've heard from many wonderful speakers tonight, including our Patriot Award winner, Dorothy Kelly. Jackie Lieberberg is being criticized for failing to take minutes for a committee that she founded in order to enrich our town's cultural life. It's an obvious pretext to destroy her and the committee. This is a terrible way to treat a dedicated volunteer. Do you know how hard it is to get people to volunteer in this town? Do we really want to send a message that your volunteer work will just be overturned? I hope not. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Arjun Iyengar. This is Duke Hanover regarding the historical designation. I grew up in this area. I went to school in this area. I brought my family here to come back live here from New York City. I love how passionate everyone is here speaking about the community, and that's why I wanted to bring my family here. You know, historic preservation is an important tool when it's applied to areas that demonstrably meet objective historic criteria. However, designation is not symbolic, it's regulatory. It permanently alters property rights, imposes review constraints, and materially affects homeowners. For that reason, the standard must be rigorous. Based on public reported data and direct community feedback, approximately 60% of homeowners within the proposed district oppose this designation. That's not a marginal concern. It reflects a substantial lack of consensus among those most directly impacted. And that's in direct opposition to the information that was presented previously in prior meetings. In addition, the neighborhood is already subject to significant zoning controls governing density, height, and setbacks, and a lot of coverage. Those regulations already preserve scale and character. Before layering additional restrictions, it is fair to ask, what concrete protection does the historic overlay provide that current law does not? It's also important to state clearly that local historic designation does not insulate the township from state mandated affordable housing obligations, as was alluded into prior meetings. Those requirements arise from constitutionally authority and supersede local overlay tools. If designation is being considered as a defensive planning strategy, that approach is unlikely to achieve its intended effect. Finally, I want to address the process. When a vote is postponed on a matter of this magnitude, residents deserve clear explanation of the criteria and timeline moving forward. If we're just postponing it because we don't have the votes for the decision that we want, that's not fair. We have to be as transparent as possible. And I think the township and the people living in the designated area deserve that. Decisions that affect permanent regulatory status should be grounded in documented expert findings, not evolving procedural momentum. If there's a comprehensive historic survey establishing a cohesive architectural or cultural significance sufficient to justify district level designation, it should be publicly produced and evaluated before any vote. Preservation should be deliberate, evidence-based, and narrowly tailored, not precautionary. Respectfully, this proposal does not yet appear to meet that threshold. Thank you.
Judy Christian, Township resident. I want to thank the committee for the report on the meeting with the county. And I just wanted to say that I think it was a year or two ago, I requested that the zebras be painted, the crosswalks on Wyoming Avenue, the 8 blocks. And it was done almost immediately. I think the previous mayor called me the next day and said it would be done, but the work is not complete. They need to do the sidewalks, the cutouts. So I would ask if you could put that on your list to talk to the county when that might be completed. Also, Wyoming Avenue being a county road. My concern is the number of trucks and the noise and the vibrations on that road. I do not know if there's a weight limit for Wyoming Avenue. I'd like to know that. I remember maybe 5 summers ago, there was some kind of construction going on and it was dump trucks, one after another, parade of dump trucks. And I will guarantee that if the foundation of my house is damaged, it is from the trucks on Wyoming Avenue. So I wonder if there's a weight limit. And one other thing was, the Wyoming Bridge. There are some pretty significant potholes there on Wyoming Avenue. I don't know if that is the New Jersey Transit responsibility for that surface, but as some of you may or may not know, that underneath Wyoming Avenue, the surface is all cobblestone. So that needs to be addressed. So thank you.
Stephanie Malios, 39-year resident of Melbourne Township and a 39-year business owner in Melbourne Township. I want to thank each and every one of you serving on the Township Committee for volunteering your precious time. You can be home with your families. I'm sure we'd all rather be doing right now, but I really do appreciate that you volunteer to be serving on this committee. I also volunteer to serve on several different committees, including the Pedestrian Safety Advisory Board and CETA. I was on the board since the beginning, 2019. We were able to keep it rolling during very, very scary times in COVID and still trying to produce something that was of value to the township. I've enjoyed my time serving. I'd like to continue. We don't control any money. So every year we give a report to the township committee. No one ever asks, where's the minutes to the meetings? So if they need to have them, okay, great. I don't know if other committees I served on took minutes. I really don't recall. I wasn't taking any minutes. But I think the greater good is what we need to keep in mind. So I wish that you make a decision that makes the most sense for the best interest of everybody in town. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Odarka Stocker. I live on Wyoming section. I've been there for, I think it's 29 years now. And I want to just support CETA. I'm not going to go into everything why. I do want to say though, that CETA seems to be a lot of minority women and women on those committees. And I'm not going to describe you guys to yourselves, but this is not a good look. And I would like you to reconsider your. I'm not pleasing you, anything. I'm just pointing out something that you might not see. The volunteers at CETA are overwhelmingly women, a lot of women I know and respect. And that's all I'm gonna say about it. I'd like you to give them a reasonable amount of time to correct the problems that you're seeing and forget this craziness about disbanding organizations that do work. And I could talk more about forcing volunteers to resign from committees, commissions, and so forth. I will not do that. But that is a recent occurrence. That did not happen 10 years ago. 10 years ago, most of our commissions and committees were very cooperative and non-political. And I'm finding that lately we have started to politicize a lot of these organizations, and I'd like it to stop because I think we work better when we're not politicized. I'm gonna go on to why I really came, and that is about the fields. And I want to say no, let's not put in synthetic fields. I was an athlete in high school, 12 seasons. 4 varsity years of college volleyball. I have tremendous sympathy for the sports community. I have a couple reasons for this, and the biggest ones I think are financial. I see that the town council is trying to, raid the open space fund for the money for this. And I wanted to read to you what I found accidentally online looking for the location of this meeting, which I had a very hard time finding. And this is January 31st, 2024, Open Space Fund, the trust fund. What is open space? Open space lacks consistent definition, but one that is useful and inclusive is land that is not intensively developed or for residential, commercial, industrial, or institutional use. School use is institutional use. Secondly, I think there are liabilities with this project. Financial liabilities that have no plan on how to pay for it. The state is considering removing your ability to pay for this using open space funds. And also there's the opposing.
Your time.
Yes, the opposing.
You have a second public comment period
Yep.
at the end of the meeting.
So giving away to fund it.
Yes.
Good evening, my name
I'm
is.
sorry, before you make sure that door and back is open or ajar.
It's a job. It is a state statute that we have to have open doors during public meetings.
Does it have to be all the way up there?
I think you can at this point.
Good evening, my name is Jeffrey Bell, long-term resident, reside in the Poets Action. First, I want to shout out to our employees that got through the snow blizzard emergency, and I really want to thank them for it. My comments are going to be really geared to our budget that's coming up, calendar year 2026. I thank Alex for giving us a timeline earlier this evening, but we really have something we should understand. Milburn has a dubious honor. I don't maybe honor is the wrong word, but being the second highest average tax community in the state, according to Hatch and various other issues that came out. And some of my comments go to the budget process. Today you have a emergency appropriation. We did a temporary budget, but if you look at the second whereas clause, talk about 26.5% of appropriation being in the temporary budget. And this is a question I've been asking basically for 4 or 5 years, and I've never gotten an answer. Why did the SID in the temporary budget get 100% of its appropriation if the state law says you go and get 26.5%? I'm still waiting for an answer to that question that's been pending. There's a resolution that we're going to be changing our healthcare provider insurance. We're going to, I guess, a co-op. Can you tell the community about how much we anticipate saving, because healthcare costs are driving, whether it's a Board of Education, various other municipalities in the state, out of the windows, because the premium increases, I think, have been 30% the last couple of years. And please post various material documents on the public website before the first introduction of the major. I think the updated reading letter should be put up on the finance department. I believe that the January 26th ban offering statement, that our debt service will be increasing this year. Because we went into the debt service for that increased by probably more than $10 million this year. That should be posted, that especially the offering statement, because there's a restriction as to going out further in this year. I believe as soon as possible that the December 31st, 2024, an audited financial statement should be posted. We were hearing about turf fields. You go to the finance department. Last year was the first time we really had a presentation of a 6-year capital budget. The turf fields are missing from that capital budget. I'm wondering why. Later on, you're going to have a motion about a resolution to oppose a state legislation, but that resolution was added to the agenda packet today around 10:30 this morning. What is the emergent health, safety, and public welfare issue that requires that consideration today? Why it can't be postponed to the next meeting? I will come back at my next time to talk about other issues.
Evening, my name is Elliot DeSanto. I live in the Woodfield State Section, holding the home at 2 Woodfield Drive. Just wanted to formally state my opposition to the Historic Preservation Committee. We've got many homes, many residents come out tonight to state their opposition, and I want to formally do so. Effectively puts restricted covenants on 53 deeds. I think there's other ways for us to accomplish the goal. So thank you for your time.
My name is Peter Humphreys. I live in Woodfield. I'm opposed to the ordinance. I came here tonight, really to speak about against the ordinance. I even brought a sign. And now I find that it's been postponed to April 21st. Last Thursday, the people who have been organizing petitions submitted a petition to the town. After that had been submitted, all the names and addresses of people who signed the petition were disclosed. There was a full court press over the weekend, emails, phone calls, texts, trying to get people to drop out the petition. Whether that's right or wrong doesn't really matter. We know one person who did indeed say they had changed their minds. And so that's fine. We don't know anybody else. Now, there have been some serious allegations made tonight, but the mayor said that people have been intimidated into signing a petition or pressurized into signing a petition. So I have probably more questions than anything else. Who were the people who were intimidated or pressurized? Which people were pressurized? Can we have their names so at least we can find out what is going on? Because this is the second time the mayor has made these type of allegations. And he did it when we had the original petition back in January, and we went and re-signed the petitions. We got them all signed from scratch. And they're basically the same people. So I challenged the mayor to tell us if he doesn't want to do it in public, he can do it in private. But we need to know who has engaged in this intimidation or pressurization, and who are the people who feel this way. I don't think there's many people in my town who get pressurized either. Now, there's 2 reasons we submitted the petition. The first reason was to meet the statutory requirement of having 20% of the residents who would sign the petition and force the supermajority vote, meaning 4 affirmative votes. There obviously aren't 4 affirmative votes tonight. So that we only need to have 11 signatures to get that. So we think we need to know whether the petition is valid to force the supermajority vote. That's the first question. And then the second reason we submitted the petition was just to show the overwhelming majority of people who oppose this ordinance. It's nearly 60% of the residents who live in the district. And so we think that the two reasons are separate, and we need to know as a legal matter whether or not the petition is acceptable to the town. We understood it was, but we need to know that tonight. Unless you're going to allege that somehow 20 people have been forced to sign with people waving nightsticks out. So thank you. I hope you'll answer my question. Thank you very much.
Bill Kirsch, Milburn resident. Let me try to add something to the eloquent statements regarding CETA that have already been done. I sat here 2 weeks ago and heard some residents, including the local Republican Party chair, tee up a perceived issue with the town CETA committee for certain township committee members. One committee member then went on to characterize the proceedings of that group as rogue, before others added criticism. It reminded me of a similar strategy used in the past to target a member of the flood mitigation committee who had moved from town, to target the SID director over a perceived prejudice regarding signage, and to target the SID board chairperson over a perceived conflict, in each case with no substantial basis or real concern. And then I watched the last CETA meeting, which largely involved a wonderful project, a Milburn 250 mural to be displayed in the library. This is one of Jackie Lederberg's many accomplishments, along with the Mill Wheel project, the All Together Now sculpture in Taylor Park, and others. At this point, to defame her and to charge chronic deficiencies in the duties of the committee is certainly suspect. Since the township committee person was liaison, why didn't that person report or deal with any so-called deficiencies? Further, if there were any concerns about the 9-month mural project done in concert with Milburn 250, why didn't any of the township committee members on that group air concerns about it before the last minute, when that could have jeopardized the project itself? An ordinance reconstituting CETA is unnecessary. Any changes the township committee feels are needed can be implemented within the current structure. In addition, Ms. Lieberberg should be thanked for her efforts, and her expertise and experience should continue as a necessary asset to the group.
Amen.
Thank you.
Janet Pease, our resident, regarding the ordinance for the dissolution of CETA and the Township Committee discussion of February 17th. A comment was that the CETA leadership went rogue. Rogue, by definition, means a dishonest or unprincipled person having savage or destructive tendencies, a mischief maker. Another Township Committee member stated that we can expect the same improper behaviors should this not be rectified. We know tonight that that is not true. 2 new committee members on the CETA committee complained about oversights, and 2 weeks later, strategic expulsion is underway. There needs to be a distinction between oversight and misconduct. Your intent is biased, as there has not been one utterance of her many achievements. Taylor Park, 100th birthday commemoration, 3 Founding Day celebrations in partnership with the Environmental Commission, Historical Society, Indian and Chinese groups, the Mill Wheels Project, Cultural Day of Indian and Chinese music performances, public art, creation of the 250 mosaics, and independently securing $5,000 from the Short Hills Mall, the children's art statue in Taylor Park. Plus, this individual served to help found CETA and has continually and successfully worked for its mission. Perhaps you should solicit objective comments and opinions by asking members of the aforementioned committees who worked far longer with the leadership of CETA than did the two individuals who attended on February 4th. In the interest of objectivity, I conferred with my new resource on government and specifically on this issue. It reported authoritarian governance for strict compliance and punitive reaction to inconsequential oversights, even when the results were positive. Perfectionistic or zero tolerance governance, whereby rather trivial procedure lapses are treated as critically serious flaws. And your fiduciary obligation to always act in the best interest of our community. So ask yourself this: do I want to permanently be associated with such a gross injustice? And two, in view of your fiduciary obligation, will our community be better off without Jackie's leadership and participation in CETA? Clearly not. Please consider unintended consequences of such actions, as it will negatively impact all members of our community, and consideration for civic participation regardless of public affiliation.
Hi, my name is Annette Goodfellow. I live at 5 Grosvenor, and I'm here to speak out against making the neighborhood a historic neighborhood. There's been comments tonight that there's been misrepresentations in regards to the petitions that are at for or against the Historic Society, or the making the neighborhood a historic neighborhood. I will say there have been misrepresentations from those who want to convert it into a historic neighborhood. The initial signing of that petition was completely misrepresented, and we spoke of that when we spoke at the Historical Society meeting. Since that time, I have been asked to sign a petition 3 different times. In no way was I strong-armed into that petition on 3 separate occasions. But I do find it interesting, and we also had, I think there was 20 plus people here in this room before we were dismissed. So again, I don't think anyone is being strong-armed into signing a document 3 times and then coming to this meeting to share our lack of interest in this proposal. But I do think it's interesting that people who want to maintain the status quo have such a burden on them signing this petition, that we have to have a majority. I would think the people who are recommending a change would have the burden placed on them, that they'd be the one that would need petitions and signatures and representation at this meeting. It seems like a very imbalanced process. I also find it extremely interesting that the people who want to move for historic preservation in the neighborhood weren't here tonight. Almost as if they had people on the committee and they knew that this vote would get pushed. That feels like a lack of transparency, and it frankly comes across as very shaky. It's almost as if they needed more time to make their phone calls, send their emails, and get people to resend their names from the petition. And if they don't have the votes, they don't have the votes. And giving them more time to continue the way they're acting is not the right way. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Josh Ryder. I'm a 20-year resident of Milburn Short Hill. And I'm here to talk a little bit about the fields. Not gonna take up a lot of time, but just want to kind of give you a unique perspective. One is that we are definitely oversubscribed on fields. It's a fact. You know, try to put 10 pounds of flour in a 5-pound bag. That's what we've been doing. I was president of Milburn Soccer Club for 3 years. I served on that board for 8 years. And I scheduled the club for 5 years. And so this is the perspective I want to give you. 900 practices in the fall, 900 practices in the spring, close to 200 games in the fall, close to 200 games in the spring. Almost impossible with what we have now. Turfing the fields will give us access and give us ability to have more kids on the fields, more hours, more playable hours, not just for soccer, but for lacrosse, for field hockey, for baseball, for any other sport in town. And I'll tell you, with weather, when kids get rained out, obviously everyone here who has kids that have been involved in sports knows that when they get rained out, there's a lot of depression. But what do you think the thing that they do as soon as they get rained out? They go home and they get on their screens. which is the one thing we don't want them doing. We want them playing sports, we want to keep them active. Synthetic playing surfaces allow for more playable hours. And the town needs it. And it's really kind of a happy time to see the TC and Board of Ed working so closely together. That's unique in its own right. So I say, I mean, and I'm telling you this just because after 5 years of doing the scheduling, we are definitely oversubscribed. We just don't have the playable hours and we need them. Lastly, I do want to say, and I've listened to other people and I want to say, safety is extremely important. I had 2 girls that came through Melbourne High School, played sports every single season. Between the 2 of them, they had, I think, 25 varsity letters between the 2 of them. They were outside all the time. I took up residence on the sides of those fields, right? I wasn't playing, I got to watch. I'm going to tell you that it's imperative that it's safe. It's imperative that it's safe. But I'm telling you that a lot of research has been done. No one is going to put anything that's unsafe in this town. There's no way that would happen, and I don't want anybody to think that we would. So I'm here to support it. I hope everyone else supports it. We need the playable hours. We need to keep the kids busy. We need them off the screens. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Charlie Dwyer, a 30-year resident and youth lacrosse coach here in town. There are a number of considerations you take into when you look at the fields, such as access. Our fields are among the most heavily used assets. Practice, games, physical education, community activities all compete for the same space. According to the Synthetic Turf Council, synthetic fields can handle significantly more hours of weekly use than natural grass without deterioration. That means fewer cancellations, fewer practice relocations, and more consistent opportunities for overall use. Reliability. Artificial turf drains quickly and remains playable after heavy rains. Instead of losing days or prospective weeks to muddy or damaged conditions, programs are able to maintain continuity. And if anyone remembers what the high school stadium looked like when it was grass, or the library fields before they were turfed, they had no rest from fall to spring to summer. They were never at 100%. They had divots, ruts, and bare surfaces. In essence, they were presenting a higher degree of risk and injury. Cost predictability. While the upfront cost is higher, life cycle analysis referenced by the National Recreation and Park Association show that in high-use environments, artificial turf can become cost competitive over time. Maintenance expenses are more predictable, and there is a reduction in cost for ongoing irrigation, mowing, and chemical treatments for grass fields. Safety. Safety is imperative. Research published in the American Journal of Sports Medicine and Injury tracked by the National Football League showed mixed feelings, but overall injury rates are generally comparable between modern synthetic turf and well-maintained natural grass. Modern turf systems continue to improve in shock absorption and performance standards, let alone there are a number of variables that can lead to injury. And some of those variables are whether or not the person who's injured was injured prior to that activity that they were participating in, whether or not they were physically fit. And in the case of the grass fields, is it at 100%? It has no divots, it has no ruts, has no rocks, etc. It is important to acknowledge heat concerns as studies from Brigham Young University show higher surface temperatures. However, there are mitigation strategies such as scheduling adjustments and surface cooling. And particularly for us, it's a matter of how much use would it get during the summer. Environmental factors. Yes, both artificial turf and grass pose prospective risk, from disposal and shedding on the one hand, to chemical runoff from herbicides and pesticides, to moderate high water usage depending on the climate and the time of year. However, there are mitigation measures that can be undertaken, from contractual for the disposal of turf at the end of life, though notes in advanced technology has led to the opportunity for enhanced material recycling, and you can use drainage filters, perimeter containment, and system alternatives. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jorge Pietro. I'm a Township resident. I'm standing here today because I believe that SIDA is part of our community. I know the concern regarding the business side of things, the lack of formal agendas or minutes. Is that a mistake? Yes. But It is a mistake that sometimes we do when we feel passion to do something, especially when we are talking about art. We are so focused on that passion that we are doing that we lose sight of that paperwork. Nobody is perfect. If we solve a committee every time that there is a mistake, we won't have anything left. Ignorance of the rules isn't the reason to shut down the doors. It's an opportunity to open them wider and offer helping hand. Instead of choosing division, let's choose mentorship. Instead of ending a committee, let's make it stronger. Let's work together to get this system in place. Let's help them with the structure so they can keep providing the soul and the color that this community needs and deserves. We are at our best when we are united. Let's not let a few missing pages of minutes cost us what CEDA brings us all together. Let's vote to save the committee, and more important, let's vote to help them grow. We are all under one flag, which means we are all under the same community. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Kathy Lomax. I live on Oak Lawn in the Woodfield Estates proposed district. And I want to express my support for this proposal. I know there was a question, why aren't any supporters here? I guarantee you, I'm quite surprised that it was delayed. I had no foreknowledge of this, and I probably would have called in on Zoom if I had known it was delayed. And I think other people probably are your supporters, and probably people against probably also on Zoom. And so, yes, thank you for offering this proposal, this historic designation as an opportunity. I hope you ultimately decide to vote for it. I think that's our best chance of fighting the rampant development that the state law, if passed, could bring to our town. I know there's been discussion about the strong regulations that our town already has. That should be enough. But as my understanding of that state law that passes wipes the slate clean, any regulation our town has means nothing. And yeah, we have to still do affordable housing. It won't protect against that, but at least the affordable housing would have to have they have to meet the criteria for the historical commission. They couldn't just slap up a box for the least amount of money that I have to walk by every day and dodge the 40 units per acre and no parking with me and my 2 dogs. So I really don't want to have to deal with that. I'd love to keep our trees and control the development. And is this perfect? Having a historical designation? No, it's not perfect. We're up against something really scary with the state law, but it's all that I can see we can do. So thank you for the time to speak, and guess I'll be back in April. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Rohit Dave. I live in Milburn. I'll keep my remarks brief. It's not very clear to me what abolishing CEDA accomplishes. When people volunteer their time in a committee, we should be doing our best to encourage that. We need more civic engagement in town, not less of it. When people like Jackie Lieberberg put all their time into making our community better, even after holding elected office, again, this should be something we encourage, not tear down for procedural reasons. And I encourage you to reconsider the decision, because today you're putting bureaucracy over service. Thank you.
Good evening, Charles Mandara. First, Mr. Kirsch, to correct your statement regarding the FMNC membership, Flood Mitigation Committee membership, and a particular member whom you stated there was no basis for criticizing their participation. The basis was that they left town. They were no longer a resident. I thank Mayor Saccomondi for acknowledging my flood mitigation efforts, in particular, my plan to eliminate future flooding in the downtown permanent. That plan was no small undertaking, and I donated over 200 hours of my personal professional engineering time in preparing the plan, backing it up with calculations and documentation. preparing a detailed scope of work and bid documents. The particular FMAC member you mentioned opposed me openly at FMAC meetings to the point that she was formally instructed to cease and desist such behavior. She called me a know-it-all publicly. I didn't deserve or appreciate that at all. My house doesn't flood. Let's be clear about that. I'm involved in the flood mitigation committee because I have 53 years of engineering experience and I can solve flooding in town. Regarding the fields, I do want to point out, please be mindful that the flood mitigation committee is looking to those same fields for potential underground stormwater detention. Matter of fact, we're meeting tomorrow night about it. Therefore, I urge you to coordinate any efforts with the fields, with the flood mitigation committee to create fields which have pervious turf, whatever fashion you want to do that in, to facilitate underground stormwater detention. So please be sure to coordinate with the event. Lastly, in the last snowstorm, I noticed signs posted by the CID regarding snow removal requirements. I've been of the understanding that the charter for the CID was one of business development. I must ask why the CID is spending my hard-earned tax dollars addressing code enforcement of snow removal regulations. I don't think that that's really perfect. So thank you very much.
My name is Ellen Steinberg and I live in the Woodfield section. And I'm one of the people that came tonight to speak in opposition to the historic designation. And I am not going to go into what you did by postponing it, but we will all be back on April 21st. The reason I'm up here is I'd like to address Ms. Lomax's concern about affordable housing. Because there are ordinances out there, but historic preservation does not protect against affordable housing being built in this neighborhood. It does not stop or is a shield against affordable housing. Because if zoning is overridden, historic preservation, which is a part of zoning, is also disregarded. So it will have no impact. But thanks to our township committee, the affordable housing commitment is being finalized. And once submitted to the state, the builder's remedy cannot be used to bypass town zoning. And that's what everybody seems to hear about. Oh my gosh, the zoning is going to be, bypassed. It's bypassed because there is no obligation, commitment being made. And the township has done that, has met that. So historic designation of the proposed district, it is only going to serve to impose permanent regulatory constraints on the residents. And I guess I'm looking over my shoulder and I'm seeing Jeannie Pasternak, and I'm guessing she's gonna talk about Glenridge. Well, I called Glenridge, and in the third round, they didn't have their obligation in place. So the builder's remedy was not in place. And even though everybody seems to think that that historic preservation would have protected it, it didn't in Glenridge's case back for their third round. So historic preservation didn't help. But again, you have your obligation in place, and thank you.
I'm Jean Pasternak. I'm a resident, 30 years almost. I spent the better part of my career as a managing director at JP Morgan. Significant part of my responsibilities were to identify and manage risk, reputational, legal, and operational. I'm here tonight because what I witnessed with CETA is frankly textbook institutional failure, and I want to explain why this ordinance is not only appropriate, it's necessary. I agree, there's a great deal about respecting our volunteers said tonight, and I totally understand that, and I said it in my comments prior. What Ms. Lieberberg has done for the town is extremely helpful, wonderful. I would never, ever be personal about anyone's contributions. That's not what this is about. When I raise legitimate concerns at a CETA meeting, excuse me? When I raised legitimate concerns at a CETA meeting as a member in good faith, a new member, it was not answered. I was dismissed by someone who's not a resident of Melbourne or a member of CETA and has no standing under the resolution that governs the committee. He's a staff member who reports to the committee's de facto chair, and he was sent to handle me. I found that deeply respectful and frankly telling. That is what happens when a committee operates without structure, without rules, without accountability. The people who ask questions get shut down, not by the process, by whoever's in charge. Now, this is what I witnessed. A fellow CETA member, someone who showed up, engaged in good faith, and wanted to participate fully in the committee's work, requested something entirely reasonable. It was a list of the 40 or so organizations that have been contacted in connection with the Community Mural Project. Transparency request, just a basic one. Ms. Lieberberg refused. No explanation and no list, just no. That is not how a public-facing committee operating under the auspices of an elected governing body conducts itself. That's gatekeeping. And in my professional experience, gatekeeping of that kind is almost always a symptom of a deeper problem, an institution that has lost sight of who it serves. The consequences of that opacity were not abstract. Two of the most significant Black organizations in this community, BAMS and Mount Zion African Methodist Episcopal Church, were excluded from a diversity and community engagement project. Whether that was not intentional or whatever it was, it doesn't matter. The absence of these minutes, records, and accountability made it impossible to know. And that uncertainty, that inability to verify is precisely the kind of exposure that puts a municipality at risk. I've heard people in the community suggest that reforming this committee is an attack on volunteerism or on the individuals involved. With respect, that framing has it exactly backwards. The residents who volunteer their time deserve a structure that protects them, that records their contribution, and that ensures their work is seen and built upon. Minutes aren't a burden on volunteers, they're a gift to the next person who walks in the door. I have no doubt this committee has done extremely meaningful work over the years, but how would we know? There are no minutes, no record. Thank you. Sure.
Lisa Janowski Singer, Milburn resident. Two thoughts come to mind and I'll be brief. One, being a human resources professional and executive coach, it's always been my impression that you don't take corrective action without giving someone the ability to correct. And I think taking down CETA would be a real big mistake without giving them knowledge, warning of whatever needs to happen, and then give any committee, as not just this committee, but any committee, and I say that from a personnel standpoint, the time to do corrections. And I think that's really important. Let them show in good faith that they have the intention of making the corrections and that you will work with them on it. I would expect that from any committee. If it's a partisan issue, you've already had some impact on partisan. I've stepped off with my appointment, did not get reappointed. I recognize that, and that is okay. I'm willing to take that. So all I'm saying is CETA should not be broken down. I also don't believe that we should be putting artificial turf grass in the fields, and I'm done.
Good evening. My name is Beth Mallett. I serve as a physician on the Town Board of Health with Trina Franco, who I worked with for many years. And I worked through the COVID-19 years, which were challenging but rewarding in how the town was able to provide care to those who were stuck at home. I want to just say that I agree with everything that's been said by many of the opposers of the Historic Preservation Society's designation upon Woodfield Estate. But there's one thing the Township Committee needs to know, and maybe it was intentional, or maybe I hope it was not, is that what you've done? Is you've pit neighbors against neighbors. A township council is supposed to keep a healthy, happy community. I've been in my house since 1992, that's 34 years. Many of the speakers have been there even longer than me. I didn't think it was possible, but yes, they've been there even longer than me. There are people who were at all of my children's events. I was at theirs. It was across the street. It was wonderful. Our community is beautiful. There's nothing historical about my particular home. It's still a beautiful home, but it's not classified as historical. The community is beautiful. Right now, what you've done, or what this designation has done, is pit neighbors against neighbors. And what we're doing now is continuing it through April 21st. Thank you for letting me speak.
Betsy Chapelo. I am one of the people who have been here longer than 35 years. I'm here over 40 years. I know it doesn't look it, but I would like to say that, to back up what she's saying, you're making this into such a divisive area now where neighbors knew neighbors, neighbors were friendly with neighbors. You're making it, are you for or against, and you're splitting the neighborhood up. And to say that people are redeciding how they sign the petition insinuates that they're not very bright, because who signs a petition without knowing what they're signing? That someone would say that they had to sign a petition, but they didn't know what they were doing. I find that very hard to believe, that people are signing a petition without knowing what they're signing. We have the majority, and as you, the mayor, have said, if you have a majority, what are you worried about? Well, it sounds like we have a lot to be worried about, because it doesn't sound like the majority is going to be heard. And it sounds like it's decided by the committee what the status is going to be. And I think that we have the majority of people who are against this historical designation, and that the majority of the people have spoken. And to extend this to April is just prolonging misery for the neighborhood that has been divided by the Historical Society. And I've been here over 40 years, and I've never seen anything like this in my neighborhood. And I've been in the Woodfield Estates over 40 years, and I'm sad to see that this has been happening my last years here.
Hello, Leah Cruz, resident. I'm not gonna speak about CETA. I just wanna say that comment that was made earlier about our TC being all white men. I found that so insulting and offensive. You are what you are, but we can point out your diversity too. I think we have, I could be wrong about some of this, 2 Jews, 1 gay, 1 youngin', maybe a couple of seniors, I'm not really sure. But you guys are up here because you were elected. I mean, you are what you are. I don't care what you are. I elected some of you, the ones I didn't. I think you're all doing a great job. You're all amazing. This is the best TC I've ever seen since I have lived here. So I thought that was just very offensive. You're transparent. You all treat each other so calmly and with respect. That has not been the case for many years. So thank you for that. And then I just want to talk about the historic designation. I know a lot of people are here in opposition to it. There was a gentleman who was here earlier who left, but before he left, he told me I shouldn't get to voice my opinion because I don't live in that neighborhood. I think that self-interested thinking is what has started to destroy this town, because I come to almost every meeting, not because I just care about my neighborhood, but because I care about the whole town. I think this designation would be a good thing for the entirety of the town, so I support the designation. Just on the turf fields real quick, I wasn't gonna say anything, but I feel like Mr. Ryder and another gentleman who spoke right after him had very good points, and so I am in support of the turf fields. Thank you.
online?
We have 10 on Zoom.
We have 10 on.
Subhadra?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
All right, good evening. My name is Subhadra Sridharan. and
Sorry, the rule is you have to turn your video on, when you're.
Okay, no problem. I don't know where to turn the video on. Oh,
There should be a little button to start video. Bottom left corner. If you need more time, we can go on to someone else and then come back to you once you figured out how to turn your video on.
but there is no video option here to turn on. It's a webinar.
Right. One second, we're fixing that.
So she has to accept it. Yeah. Then she'll be able to use it.
Can you see me now?
We can see you now.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Restate your name.
Can I start talking?
Can you just restate your name?
Yeah, my name is Subhadra Sridharan and I'm a resident of Short Hills, 14 years now. I want to note that I was a founding member of CEDA and served on the committee subsequently for a few years. So I have seen firsthand the work that was actually involved in setting up the goals and the purpose of the committee. CEDA stands for Cultural Engagement, Diversity, and Arts. It was created with a clear purpose to help Melbourne celebrate the richness of its community, support programs that highlight cultural diversity, and bring public art and cultural engagement into shared civic spaces. When you look at the committee's work over the years, it is important to evaluate it against that mission. CEDA helped bring residents together through initiatives that made culture and community visible and participatory. Projects like the Millwheels public art installation invited schools, community groups, and residents to contribute to a shared civic art project that reflected Melbourne's identity. Events connected to Founding Day, CEDA Sundays, and multicultural programming brought together organizations representing many cultures and traditions within our town. These efforts were not symbolic gestures. They created real opportunities for residents to see themselves reflected in the community and to engage with neighbors from different backgrounds. That is exactly what the charter envisioned when the committee was formed. I also want to acknowledge the leadership of Jackie Benjamin Lieberberg, whose public service record in Melbourne is significant. She was a welcoming member of the community when I showed up at an elementary school PTO as a young mom 14 years ago, as she did the same for countless of her fellow neighbors over the years. As a township committee member and mayor during the first year of the COVID period, she helped guide the community through a difficult and uncertain time with steady leadership and clear communication. Her work with CEDA reflected the same approach, thoughtful, collaborative, and focused on building connections across the community. No volunteer advisory body operates perfectly. If administrative practices such as a minute keeping can be improved, that is something that can be addressed going forward and looks like it will be adhered to going forward. But we should keep things in perspective. A procedural issue should not overshadow years of work that brought residents together and strengthened community engagement. From my experience as a founding member, CEDA fulfilled and continues to do so the purpose it was created for. It helped create spaces where Melbourne's cultural diversity, arts, and civic pride could be shared by the entire community. And it was made possible by a unifying leader like Jackie, who steered the committee forward right from its foundation in 2019. The committee and Jackie's work deserves to be recognized and judged in the full context of what the committee actually has accomplished so far. It is still standing tall for the mission charter it was created for, with its years of community investment that has shaped Melbourne through many difficult phases. And I urge the
Hello? Oh. Hold on. Hi. You guys are muted. I can see in the corner, it says the township is muted. Okay, here we go. Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Vicky Powell, and I'm a business owner. My parents have had a business in downtown Milburn for 41 years. So I have two quick comments. The first is regarding Explore Milburn Short Hills Trustee Board. We are now in March, and there's still 2 open vacancies on the board. From what I understand, candidates were recommended some time ago. I would like to ask what is causing the delay and why these positions have not been filled yet. Other boards in town are operating with full membership, and Explore should be able to do the same. Important business needs to be done, and subcommittees needs to be staffed. Leaving seats open slows down the work that needs to happen to support the business district. I would appreciate an update on why these appointments are not being finalized. My second comment is about the double parking in the downtown. I listened to the last meeting where the topic was increasing fines, and I strongly support the effort. The double parking situation, particularly around deliveries, quick stops for food pickups, and activities on Taylor Street, has become extremely disruptive. However, increasing fines only works if the rule is actually enforced. There have been many times when I've watched cars double park while the police vehicles drive on by without addressing it. If the town is going to increase the fine, enforcement needs to be consistent. Otherwise, the rule becomes meaningless. Thank you and have a good night.
Beatrice, if you could turn your video on.
Yeah, hi, I'm, yes.
You can turn your video on first.
Yeah, yes, hi, I'm sorry. This Beatrice is my daughter's name. I'm sorry, it's inputted wrong. My name's Wenxing Zhou, and I'm a resident in the Wyoming section of Melbourne. I'm a parent of 2 school-age children in the Wyoming Elementary School and in the Melbourne Middle School. That's the Beatrice. So thank you so much for your time and attention. My comments are in response to the high school artificial turf project. So I think that given the resources our town has, I think it's an excellent educational opportunity for our town's leadership to show our children and neighboring towns that we can proudly choose a sustainable option for the field and invest in a sustainable future by turning away from any options of synthetic turf, which have been studied to be more costly to install and costly to the environment in terms of methane emission, plastic pollution, toxic chemicals, and disposal, all of that, than the choice of natural grass. So I think we have an opportunity to show our children, our athletes, our residents, and neighbors that yes, natural grass indeed may not be available on demand all year round, but our town's priorities are for their health and the health of the environment over playability. I suggest that we listen to scientists and health experts and our town's own environmental commission and take this opportunity to model a measured decision-making that represents broad communal vision and longer-term thinking. So thank you so much.
Am I on?
I think you're muted.
Am I still muted?
No, you're good now.
Good, okay. My name is David Sorkin. I'm a township resident. Haven't spoken up in a TC meeting in a while, but I did want to just call in tonight regarding the CETA discussion. I've been involved in a lot of township boards and committees over the years, and people who know me know that I'm an independent voter. I don't take political sides on anything in this town, but I do appreciate and recognize people who put in hard work and do their best for our township and our community. I've been on CETA since its inception when it started before COVID, and I just feel the need to point out, especially in this meeting, that of all the committees I've been on and all I've been involved with in this town, I've never witnessed and worked with a leader as dedicated to their mission as Jackie. Since day one, she spearheaded the committee, organized every meeting, kept us all together. She's made it inclusive, productive, educational, and she's gone above and beyond to bring the community together and to put creative ideas into play in ways that our town hadn't seen before. And I know a lot of them have been listed throughout the night. I'm not going to go through the list again, but I know there's discussion tonight to shut down CETA, largely for compliance reasons, and I know exactly why it's happening. But if the program is shut down and reintroduced under a new structure and members of CETA are brought over to the new committee, as the mayor mentioned they will be, speaking as a resident of the town and a CETA member, I truly hope that the committee members are allowed to elect the chair and that Jackie has the opportunity to lead the new committee. You won't find anyone more passionate and capable when it comes to putting cohesive, creative ideas into play for this town. And I just hope that politics doesn't get in the way of forming a committee whose mission is to bring the community together. Thanks so much for your time.
Susan, if you could turn on your video.
Hi, my name is Suvid Bordia and I'm a current 10th grader living in Melbourne. I love to play sports, especially the ones played on fields like football, soccer, and baseball. Today, I'm here to ask you not to approve artificial turf for our high school fields. You might hear that other towns have done it, so we should too. Just because it's common doesn't mean it's right, especially when we're talking about a surface that kids and teens will spend hours on for years. Other places around the country have also shut these proposals down, including Boston. I'm concerned with two things specifically: heat and chemical exposure for health issues and environmental impact. The Washington Post documented a turf field that measured above 142 degrees Fahrenheit on a 94 degree Fahrenheit date using thermal imaging. They also report that once turf gets above 120 degrees Fahrenheit, many schools and local governments restrict or ban activities. Mud doesn't automatically make a field unplayable. I, for example, have practiced on grass that's wet or messy, and games often still go on. On the other hand, extreme heat does make it completely unplayable. If the surface is hot enough to cause burns or raise heat risk, it must be canceled. This means that we will actually be losing playing time, especially in the late spring, summer, and early fall. The health-related impacts are even larger. Research from Mount Sinai's Children's Environmental Health Center strongly rejects artificial turf because of the potential for dangerous heat and chemical exposures, including PFAS and microplastics. There's literally no source of artificial turf in which this doesn't occur, so don't assume that we will magically find a way to make it safe. And environmentally, artificial turf is just a plastic polluter. Over time, it can shed microplastics, and at the end of its life, it needs to be removed and disposed of, which has a long-term footprint. The Washington Post also discusses pollution and microplastic concerns with synthetic turf, all things we can stop with our current grass fields. So tonight, I urge you all to vote no on artificial turf for the high school fields. And if we're concerned about safety, we should look at other options like upgrading our natural grass and improving drainage, so we allow for all children to play on them without affecting them and student athletics into a long-term heat, chemical, and plastic pollution risk. Thank you very much.
You have anyone else or?
Hold on, who's taking a minute?
Space.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening. My name is Pastor Aisha Marable. I'm the pastor of Mount Zion AME located at 56 Church Street. and I've had the privilege of serving this historic congregation for 7 years. Our church, our church has been open and active in this township since 1902, for more than 120 years. And I'd like to speak briefly about America 250 project. The heart of America 250, I believe, is to tell a fuller American story as we approach the 250th anniversary of our nation. A story that reflects the breadth of our communities who built and sustained and shaped this country. And in Milburn, that story must include the historic Black church, the only Black church in the community, and the Black residents and people of color who have contributed through the BAMs, Black Americans of Milburn and Short Hills. They've contributed, and we have contributed to the spiritual, civic, and cultural fabric of this township for generations. Mount Zion AME Church is not new to the community. We are part of its foundation. And after the project was brought to my attention by Oyen Owolabi, I reached out and was grateful for the responsiveness of Jackie Lieberberg and Jeff Fells. I sincerely thank Jackie for including us as soon as I contacted her, and I appreciated her willingness to engage us. My request tonight is simple, that Black BAMs and Mount Zion be engaged proactively in the future, not as an afterthought, but as recognized stakeholders in the planning and storytelling of America 250. If we're commemorating the history, then we must be honored in full history, right? And if we are shaping a narrative for the next generation, then inclusion must be at the table, not after the agenda is set. So we stand ready to collaborate meaningfully and visibly in this important initiative. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Yes, we have 6 more.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. I think I'm probably, as far as I've heard, the
Sorry,
fifth
could you
person.
start with your name, please?
Oh, sorry. My name is Rana Shanawani. I graduated Milburn 100 years ago, and I've lived here for the last for the last 14 years. I think I'm probably the 15th person who has spoken today who is in agreement with some of the things that were said about CETA. Jean Pasternak and some of the town council who said that CETA needs some improvements. I think that keeping the minutes of those meetings and electing a chairperson is very, very reasonable. And at the same time, I think I'm also the 15th person or so who was requesting to not dissolve CETA and allow us the opportunity to improve it. And we always are thankful to getting constructive feedback and to improving. I think that's our whole purpose and on this planet is to constantly improve ourselves, whether it's a personal thing or it's professional, and whether it's a committee in town. I think it shows great bipartisanship and emotional maturity if we all work together and put the politics aside to allow CETA the opportunity to improve. My question is to the town council, since we've already had about 15 people speak in favor of keeping CETA, and I'm sure that there are dozens of others who agree with us that who didn't make it today. So there's a bunch of us who are in agreement they didn't show up today. What would it take to cancel the resolution to dissolve this CETA cancellation? Should we put together a petition to prove and provide evidence to the town council that there are dozens and dozens of us who are all in agreement, urging the town council to reverse the decision and cancel the resolution? Thank you.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Good evening. My name is Cheryl Damaris. I'm a 35-year resident of Milburn Short Hills. I'm here tonight to express my deep disappointment in what the Republican members of this Township Committee are doing to CETA and to its chair, Jackie Lieberberg. Ms. Lieberberg is a former Township Committee member, deputy mayor, and mayor of our town. She's been a dedicated volunteer who has selflessly served on numerous committees, including more than 8 years on CETA. During her tenure, CETA has enriched our community in tangible and lasting ways. Everybody has already listed all the things that CETA has done, so I'm not going to go through that list again. But there are just many examples of how this committee under Jackie has enriched our community, including the beautiful tile mural commemorating the 250th anniversary that Jackie is spearheading. These are not small accomplishments. They reflect vision, dedication, and a commitment to celebrating the diversity and history of Milburn. To dissolve this committee and reconstitute it in a form where the Township Committee selects the chair, the vice chair, and the secretary would make CETA the only committee not permitted to choose its own leadership. That is, in my view, an unprecedented overreach, especially when the stated reason is that the chair did not take minutes or post agendas for meetings. If that is the issue, it sounds like an administrative oversight that can be addressed with a simple directive: take minutes going forward. Instead, the response feels disproportionate and punitive. It also concerning that this remedy has been proposed over the objection of Councilman Cosgrove, your own liaison to CETA. It raises important questions. Are all other committees strictly adhering to every procedural requirement? If not, would the same remedy be proposed? Dissolution and restructuring? Or is this an isolated response? The overreaction to this administrative mistakes feels less like good governance and more like a partisan attack. Particularly troubling given that those supporting this ordinance ran on a platform of vote for Milburn, not for party. Good governance requires consistency, fairness, and respect for volunteers who give their time and energy to this town. This action sets a troubling precedent. Does it encourage residents to volunteer, knowing that a procedural misstep could result in removal or restructuring? Will committee chairs now worry about being targeted as the political makeup of the Township Committee changes? That kind of lack of continuity is not good governance, and it is not good for Milburn. In closing, I urge you to reconsider this ordinance. Let's correct what appears to be an administrative oversight without dismantling a committee that has brought creativity, inclusion, and pride to our community. Thank you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. I'm Laura Overdeck, and I live in the Woodfield Estates section that's been talked about a lot tonight. I wanted to address the comment before that there's trying to gaslight that there are no supporters here and that maybe we knew what was going on. I'm at home because I have bronchitis and do not want to cough on all of you. I know that there are many supporters who actually were there tonight, and there are others on Zoom who are out of town, and you know, we just couldn't make it. I'm surprised as well that it got delayed, but I have to say I'm glad because I think some key issues have been highlighted tonight. I'm really kind of taken aback about the comment about neighbors being pitted against each other, because frankly, a lot of us have had conversations among ourselves where we don't agree, and it's been fine. I mean, I've lived here 20 years. Some of my very longtime friends in this neighborhood, we don't necessarily agree, but it's cordial. One of them just asked me for a contractor recommendation this morning. I think the people who are seeing the friction are the ones causing it. And what it is that the pressure that was put on people to sign this petition against has been immense. And there has really been bullying and harassment going on. And as for people who now are wondering if they should have signed it and maybe coming off, rather than insulting their intelligence, I think we should ask why they feel like that. And the reason they do is because they realize that they were really pushed by people who gave a very one-sided opinion. It turns out that the people leading this opposition, two had major projects to do to their houses that they never disclosed to people. One just tore the house down, and another is building a 46-foot extension. And then there are two real estate lawyers. And I think the neighbors are like, wow, like, why didn't anybody share any of that before pushing to sign the petition against? As for how it works, my understanding is that's just the law. If enough, if a bunch of people in a neighborhood put the idea in front of the TC and the TC wants to explore it, it's off and running, and then it's up to a protest vote to push against it. So yes, the burden of proof is on those who are against, and that is exactly why they are so virulent and so pushy in desperately trying to grab people, and unfortunately with very misleading information. So to the TC, I just want to thank you because, I know there's a lot going on tonight and it seems there are a lot of emotional issues, but delaying this, I think, is helpful because honestly, I think my neighbors deserve better treatment and deserve time to learn more about what's really going on and whether they support this or not, and have time to learn about this law because frankly, it is helpful for us to be historic to fend off this. Thank you.
Three more.
You can turn your video off.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Vanita Gangwal, and I'm a resident of Melbourne. I also serve on the Environmental Commission. But tonight I'm here representing a volunteer group called Melbourne for Climate Action. It was actually referenced by another person in the meeting today in connection with the artificial turf proposal for Melbourne High School, and a letter that has been circulated by Melbourne for Climate Action Group on some social media pages. In fact, that letter was also sent to some members on this committee. I hope you got that and read it as well, because we have not heard a response yet. In any case, I would like to take this opportunity to really express some key points on why that letter was sent out and what are some of the concerns that Melbourne for Climate Action members are raising with respect to the artificial turf proposal. So we understand that the Township Committee and BOE have come to an agreement to jointly fund a proposal to convert 2 fields to artificial turf. And this is in response to, many people in our town want enhanced access to fields, and so do we. Melbourne Climate Action members, while want this community to be sustainable, they're also parents, students, coaches, and parents of athletes. So we do want to see the same thing. However, our concern is that before we commit millions of dollars of public funds, this decision should really be based on a comprehensive and transparent comparison of other viable options. To date, what we have seen is that the BOE has commissioned a feasibility study, which was narrowly scoped, really just to consider feasibility of converting the natural turf to artificial turf. There was no mention of comparing other options, such as enhanced managed natural fields, or perhaps some hybrid options that have been proposed by some other members. So this project, which is expected to upfront cost of about $7.5 to $8 million, plus ongoing maintenance, we are just going at it without really analyzing the other options or not. So what this letter is asking is for this township committee as well as BOE to pause any approvals and really conduct a thorough study to analyze three options, which is the natural turf, which is better managed and enhanced management compared to artificial turf and hybrid, on various factors such as financial cost, and that financial cost should look at the full life cycle. I know somebody mentioned that natural grass turf takes a lot of money to maintain, but what about artificial turf? I mean, it's a lot of money going into it, and then it's only going to last for about 8 to 10 years, and then we'll be talking about another $10 million 10 years down the road. So is the township putting in an escrow for that fund right now as well? How are you thinking about that? Second thing is artificial turf is not permanent from a financial cost perspective, but it does leave, long-term permanent.
Your time is up. Thank you. Of a second, comment second at the end.
Okay, so I.
Good evening. I'll keep my remarks brief as I know the evening is dragging on. There's not much I can add to the praise that's been heaped on Jackie Lieberberg and the fine work of CETA over the years since its formation. So I won't belabor that point. I think everyone has heard enough of that fine work, and without rebuttal or complaint to that fine work. What I would like to point out for the Township Committee members' consideration, though, is what we haven't heard. We've not heard of years of complaints by or to the Township Committee. We've not heard of years of complaints by members of CETA over the years. All we've heard is about the fine accomplishments of that committee and of its chairperson, who has given her time freely and without compensation. So all we have really is one complaint about administrative record keeping, which I don't disparage should be attended to, and it's already been agreed to be taken care of on a going forward basis. Nothing this committee will do will change the fact of what's happened in the past. Agendas and minute meetings will not be recreated from 5 or 6 years ago. They will be created going forward, and therefore this rush to judgment to dissolve the committee, to take over responsibility for appointing the chair and the secretary and overseeing it, can only be concluded as an overreach and perhaps a vindictive statement by the Township Committee members to this committee without real justification. I hope you all will show us that you're better than that and not approve this resolution and allow the CETA committee to go forward, continuing to do its fine work for the benefit of all of us who live in this committee, in this community, and for the benefit of Millburn as a whole as it goes down the years to greater success. Thank you.
I'm sorry, real quick, could you state your name for the record?
Oh, sorry. David Boyko, Short Hills, resident going nigh on 24 years.
Thank you.
Last one.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Oyin Owolabi, 18 years, Melbourne resident. I want to begin by reaffirming my support for the historic district designation, which I expressed at the previous meeting. Preserving the character and history of Melbourne Short Hills matters deeply to me, as it matters to a lot of, some of the other residents that have spoken up, and I stand firmly behind that effort. I would like to also make it clear that the next thing I'm about to say is by no means an attack towards anyone, especially not towards Jackie, but I feel like it still needs to be said that I was very disappointed to learn that the Black Americans of Melbourne Short Hills were initially left out of the Melbourne 250 mural. Our community would not have been included at all had I not raised concern about this omission, Excuse my voice. I'm also struggling with a terrible cold. We are here in Melbourne, Short Hills. We exist, we contribute, we own homes, we pay taxes, and we are part of the fabric and history of this town. I hear people speak often about the Chinese community, the Indian community, and others, and they absolutely deserve a recognition. But rarely do I hear anyone speak about the African American community in the same way. We should not be an oversight. I am known in this town. I have contributed to this town, not for ego, am I mentioning this, but because I believe in service and community. And I know many other Black families who have done the same for decades. So our presence is real and our history is intertwined with Milburn's history. And since raising this issue, I've also, shared clear information on how the Black American community can be reached and engaged. So there's no reason for, CEDAR to overlook us. I would also like to add that, in my opinion, CEDAR is not complete and it's not truly diverse if African American is not part of its membership. Any community or advisory body that claims to represent the full community must reflect the full community. This is no target, like I said, towards anyone in particular. I'm simply sharing what I have experienced and what many others have experienced quietly for years. I appreciate that our image has now been added to the mural, but the fact that this oversight occurred in the first place is troubling. As we celebrate 250 years of Melbourne's history, representation should be intentional from the beginning, not corrected only after someone raises an eyebrow. The truth just needs to be spoken. And my question now is, how do we ensure that this type of oversight does not happen again? And what processes will be put in place so that inclusion is not an afterthought, but, a standard? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now we have one new one.
Hi, my name is Nitya. I'm in the Wyoming section of Melbourne. I have kids in the Wyoming elementary school, both into games. I'm here to talk about the artificial turf. I've spoken earlier at the Board of Education meeting and expressed my concern about the board thinking through long-term health of our students and ensuring that that the options out there don't affect them in terms of long-term health. I'm adding on to Bonita's previous messaging as well. It's to bring to the highlight that there is now a petition online with over 140 signatures that collected within the last 2 days. There was already a letter that was submitted with signatures, but there is also a change petition as well. It is building momentum, and more people are expressing their concern over the choice of artificial turf. I urge the Township Committee to do the right thing here for our children, for our community, and for sustainability. Thank you.
Online? Anyone else from the audience?
Good evening, Jerry Kong, Short Hills resident. I just wanted to make a observation. My understanding is that CEDA is currently constituted by resolution, which is renewed annually. And the current proposal is actually to dissolve CEDA, whatever you want to call it, and restructure it under a new name, but that's going to be done via ordinance. And my understanding of ordinances is that they're actually stronger than via resolution because they become permanent standing bodies that are actually incorporated into our town code. Now, I'm not an attorney, so don't quote me on any of that, but my understanding of the municipal law is that that's how it's done. And my read of this is actually, it's strengthening the cultural diversity committee or whatever committee we want to call it, that, represents the fabric of our community. So I think it's a great thing actually that this very important committee is going to be institutionalized in our town code rather than subject to the whims of annual renewal. The other thing is, there's been a lot of talk about Jackie, and I greatly respect Jackie's volunteerism, and I think it's contributed a lot to our community. No one has actually said that the TC is not going to appoint Jackie as the chair. Am I correct on that? Because it's perfectly possible for you to make that decision. Now, I don't know. I think there's just a lot of stuff getting thrown around. I think we've heard a lot of great things about Jackie today. That's great. I think it's great that we have such engagement in our community. But I also think it's important for future generations to be able to understand what has been done. And that's the purpose of the minutes. So, I don't see this as necessarily punitive. I see it as enhancing the committee. And to be honest, I'm on the CETA committee. I joined as a new member this year, and I wanted to get up to speed, and there weren't any minutes, but that's fine. I learned a lot about what has gone on over the last 6 years today. So I thank everyone for coming out. But I think more importantly, I raised at the meeting that we should have a compiled list of community organizations. And so that would prevent any individual organization from being neglected or left out in the future. So I did raise that at the first CETA meeting, and I do hope that whoever does become the chair takes us up on that and makes it public information, because I think it would help the new members of the committee and the community at large. The other statement I did want to make is in regards to something Ms. Steinberg said earlier about the Senate bill, S 4736. That's actually a bill that's the number from last year. I know they did renew it this year and there's a new number. My understanding, and council can correct me if I'm wrong, is that that actually supersedes any fourth round plan that is filed and approved by the courts. So the 40 units an acre with a 20% set aside would still be in effect, irregardless of whatever's in the fourth round. It would, I believe the language in the proposed legislation is shall approve. So Dr. Cunningham, thank you.
Sorry. I know this is going on for a long time. Debbie Frank, long-term resident. I really do fail to see if the problem is an administrative oversight which had not been raised before in terms of CETA. Constituting a new committee would actually put you in exactly the same position that you're in right now, which is the committee that was before, the organization that was before didn't have minutes. This new committee also will not have minutes. So I don't see that you come forward at all. And I also fail to see on the basis of a couple, this is a committee with a long-term stake in this community, with a vision for this community, for bringing people together, for exposing everybody to other cultures that also exist in this community. It's a laudable goal. Perhaps you want to keep that. Since it is doing that, and since it has said, people here, the people who are on the committee, the chair of the committee, all of them have said, you have problems with our process, we will amend the process. So then I agree with the people who say that once you have that, then this does seem vindictive, it does seem punitive, and at least to a significant share of the community, whether or not you feel that in your hearts, you're saddled with it. Thank you.
Anyone else? Last chance. All right, I now close public comment and we are going to take a 5-minute recess. All right, we're going to begin again.
You should be afraid to say hello. Now I recognize you.
All right, so we're gonna begin again. And we'll start with the Township Committee members' response to public comment. I'm gonna go first. So had a lot of people come out tonight to say a lot of very lovely things about CETA and about the current self-anointed chair, Jackie Benjamin Lieberberg. I would like to give my heartfelt thanks and recognition to Jackie Benjamin Lieberberg for all of the work that she has done over the past several years for CETA, for the town. You know, we appreciate all volunteers in our town. But that being said, there are some structural issues that we discovered with CETA, and we chose to take action. The action that we're taking is not going to dissolve CETA. It's not going to eliminate it or abolish it. It's not de-emphasizing arts or engagement. You know, we felt that if we were going to redo the committee, that it would be appropriate to have a new name. And so when I looked at CETA, and I looked at the E, engagement, well, all of our committees, especially when they have to do with culture and community, should be engaging. So that just seemed unnecessary to have that in there. And the arts, I mean, arts is part of culture. So the Cultural Diversity Committee, I thought better enshrined, you know, the true purpose, which remains the same as the original committee. It is focused on bringing together all of the different cultures we have in our community, celebrating those cultures, you know, and the arts and the food and everything that goes along with culture, right? So, you know, I just think it's very important that we get that out there. We had also planned, and I had told the TC members this as well, my plan is not only would we solicit, you know, more volunteers, we would take all of the existing CETA volunteers and appoint them as members to the new committee. We see this new committee as sort of the, you know, the newer version of what existed, and we're gonna do it better than before. And that's another reason that we're doing it by ordinance instead of resolution. As Dr. Kung correctly pointed out, resolutions have to be renewed every single year. And we feel that this is such an important committee to have that we might as well enshrine it as an ordinance so that it persists year after year and doesn't depend on the committee having to reconstitute it every single year. That also allows people to have multiple year terms on the new board. You know, you can't do that with a resolution. With a resolution, you have to appoint people every single year when you do the reorg. Now, when it comes to a reorg, what was supposed to happen every year with this committee was that they were supposed to elect their chair. My understanding that for the past 6 years, such an election never occurred or was even attempted for that matter. Now, because we don't have minutes, we don't know for certain whether this is the case or not, but I've yet to have a single person tell me, if it's a member of the committee, tell me that indeed an election did occur. So that was a pretty, you know, egregious issue for someone to anoint themselves the chair, even if they were sort of the brainchild of this and the founding member. You can't just anoint yourself the chair in perpetuity. That's not how government works. And when we see problems like this, we need to correct them. You know, the other thing that came up is people are saying, well, this is a, you know, clerical error, administrative oversight, it's a minor issue. The fact of the matter is the de facto chair of the committee was a former mayor and a township committee member. They had full knowledge of how the government worked, how a reorg was supposed to work, how committees are supposed to work. So, you know, to me, I don't see that as an innocent error. I see that as, you know, an individual knew what they were doing and chose to do what they did. And we can't allow these sort of issues to go on. Now, people have come and said, well, this is partisan, this is partisan. Well, the only thing partisan I saw about tonight was you had probably the majority of the Democrat committee came out and had their people speak in support of Jackie. And while that's fine, again, I think Jackie's accomplishments are to be lauded. There's nothing political about this. It doesn't matter whether you're Republican, a Democrat, or independent. If we had someone that was the self-anointed chair of a committee going on 6 years, not following the rules, not keeping the minutes, we would take corrective action. It has nothing to do with the individual or the political party. In fact, it was when Ben and I took office that we started to actually see some more political diversity on committees. Because prior to that, prior administrations for years and years had kept Republicans off of a lot of committees. In fact, I was told that when the leadership changed, over a decade ago, former Republican committee members on subcommittees said, oh, we'll offer you all of the support and advice you need. And I believe it was someone potentially in this room that said, it's our turn now, right? So to be clear, there's nothing partisan about what we're doing. We're trying to take corrective action against the committee that was sort of running rogue, and we don't want to belittle their accomplishments. We want all of their work to continue. We do want to make the committee stronger. We do want to correct the issues, and that's exactly what we're going to do tonight with the new ordinance. Okay, so now moving on to historic preservation. I appreciate everyone that came out on both sides of this issue. This all came about when we had some residents from the neighborhood approach us and say, the majority of residents want this in the neighborhood. And I had seen a copy of a petition that indicated that the majority of residents wanted the historic designation. And so we started the process, right? And then it went to the HPC, they did a report, they voted on it, and then it came back to the TC. Now, in the time since then and now, it's clear that people have changed their minds potentially multiple times. We've had multiple petitions. I think the first petition we had about 15 signatures on it. And then we had a more official petition submitted. The petition is valid as far as hitting the 20% threshold. So, we would require a 2/3 majority of the TC in order to pass the ordinance when we do reconsider the ordinance for second read later in April. But since that petition was submitted, we've had people send us emails and say, you know what, I changed my mind. I want to take my signature off of that petition. I've also had phone calls from people saying, you know what, and they're not in the room anymore, but some of the people that were in this room were outside taking photographs of cars outside their house in a manner that seemed intimidating, right? We've had other individuals call us and say, well, I've received conflicting information. I've received misinformation. In fact, one of the people that led the opposition to this effort actually sent me a copy of information that he put out that contained all sorts of factual inaccuracies. So I think it's fair to say that there's been misinformation potentially on both sides. I think people are still learning about what this process means. And so that weighed into my decision to make the motion tonight to table it, because I do think the neighborhood needs more time. There's some people in this very room that had asked for us to slow down the process and give them more time. And so we've granted that. There is now another month for all of the neighbors to figure out exactly what's best for them, what's best for their neighborhood, and then we will see, what the result is. The other thing I'd like to mention is while a petition was submitted, legally, as per our ordinance, we are not bound to follow the petition. The way the historic preservation ordinance is written, you don't need to have a vote. It's more of an opt-out than it is an opt-in, right? So that's why the ordinance has the protest provision, and that triggers a 2/3 majority. But people had asked, why is this opt-out as opposed to opt-in? Well, that's how our ordinance works. And that ordinance, by the way, has won awards in the state for being the model historic preservation ordinance. So, that is the bar that is set, and we are, the de facto standard there. So we have a great ordinance, and look, I think the fact that people are coming out and voicing their opinion on one side or another is just a testament to how well the process works, because everyone is getting a chance to have their voice heard. and ultimately the township committee will make the decision. Now with regards to the fields, this is something that's been going on for quite some time. We have had a major, as we've heard tonight, there's been a major deficiency with our fields. Someone likened it to trying to put 10 pounds of flour in a 5-pound bag. I'd say it's worse than that. I'd say trying to put 50 pounds of flour in a 5-pound bag. You know, we would also never do anything that's going to endanger our children, members of our community, or our health. You know, there are a lot of claims about synthetic turf that have been made, and some of these claims are outdated. There's a lot of new synthetic materials that have come on the market just in the past decade. There's synthetic turf that has no fill or has organic fill. Something I just read today, apparently certain types of organic fill no longer has the heat issue. The heat is similar to that of a grass field compared to the old school, you know, synthetic turf of yesteryear. It used to use black rubber, and yeah, that would get very hot. There were heat issues. There's also types of synthetic turf that have no fill, and so they also don't have those heat issues. There's also hybrid turf options that we're looking into, and all of these things will be looked into during the engineering phase of the project. No decision has been made as to what material is going to be used. And I think it's also important, you know, Mr. Bambera, I thank you for coming and bringing this to our attention. And I think someone shared an article with me earlier today about this. This turf or fields project is an opportunity to potentially help us do some flood mitigation by having stormwater detention underneath whatever we build. And you can only get that with an engineered solution. I don't know that you could do that with a natural grass field. Something we can look into for sure. But I think that most of the stuff that I've read, at least thus far, is that if you're going to build a large detention basin under a field, it's going to have to be an engineered field, and oftentimes it's going to be a synthetic permeable material. So look, I think there's a lot more to learn about this. There's a lot more decisions to be made. No decisions have been made, and you know, even if we advance this process along, when we get to the engineering phase, that's when they're going to evaluate all of the different options, all of the different materials, and then they'll make decisions from there. Let's see what else. All right, I think that's it for now. Who would like to go next?
I'll go next. I just want to talk about two things. First of all, it was heartening but not surprising to see all the people who came out in support of Jackie Lieberberg and the CETA committee, particularly those people who work with her either on the committee or with the committees that she's interacted with. I just heard the explanation, and I know, and then also addressed Dr. Kung's comment. Yes, it is true that an ordinance, it makes the committee stronger, but an ordinance could have been written, it didn't change the name, it didn't change the election of the management of the committee. So it sounds nice, but you know, there was more to it than that. Yeah, I think the explanation that we got there was, you know, how we're trying to make it stronger, and I don't mean to take people to take offense, but I think the cliche is trying to put lipstick on a pig, because that's what I see is happening. I've said it at new business, I said it at old business, and I'll say it again tonight and vote accordingly. That I think this is an overreach and totally unnecessary. Whatever problems have occurred in the past, putting a new committee isn't going to change the past. So, you know, we've seen dedication and we've seen support from the people who work with her and the people in the committee. We should just leave things be with the provision of making the changes of minutes and elections. And then with regard to the HPC and tabling it, I learned more about why this was done in the response to public comment than I did when we sat down tonight. As we sat down, first thing I hear is we're going to table it, which I was surprised because I saw tons of people here, and with the signs, which frankly I could do without, but you know, you were right. And you know, it's unfortunate, you know, my name starts with C, so I had to vote first. So in the 5 seconds that I had to think about it, I said, I think these people are pretty dug in, whichever side they're on. So you wanna stretch it out, I'd rather get it over with, but if that's what people seem to wanna do, go along with it. I don't think it's gonna change anything. But here we are, so it'll go until April 21st. I think we'll get the same result on April 21st that we would have gotten tonight. Thank you.
Would like to go.
I'm happy to go. Want to just address Ms. Christian, who talked about crosswalks on Wyoming Avenue and cutouts. Mr. McDonald, I think you said that we'd be able to follow up on that.
Yes, that was discussed in our meeting.
In our meeting with the county, right? So, which is excellent. On the bridge in particular, I'm not as familiar. Do we own that bridge?
No.
The county owns the bridge too, not New Jersey. Okay, so we have to look at that bridge. But just wanna address that. Double parking to Ms. Powell, 100%. I think we're all on the same page about that. I think we'll talk about that a little bit later in the agenda today with fines. Big issue. We need the enforcement and we gotta get going on that. Explorer appointments, you know, I think we're gonna try to move forward on that within the next couple of weeks, which will be good. Mr. Brazel, who happens to be a friend, we serve on the 4th of July committee together. Full disclosure, Mr. Brazel was appointed as the Environmental Commission Chair directly by the Township Committee. The Environmental Commission does have their chair appointed by the Township Committee directly.
Jamie, that's because of the
As the
statute.
Citizen Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, and I'd have to go through to see if any others
Citizens
are.
Advisory. But, well, no, I'm just full disclosure, there are committees that are.
That's because the statute from the state is written that way. That's not something we have control of.
Flood mitigation, same way.
Flood mitigation is, well, we've had an I'm not gonna respond from the audience, but just the ordinance we've designated now, which actually we're gonna have second reading tonight. Long story short, I think the mayor sort of described different details. I'll just give praise to Jackie. I've known Ms. Lieberberg for several years. But, you know, I think, you know, we have the Art Advisory Committee as well. I don't know what role they're playing with art. But I think that we need to really engage them on the arts as well. But I think, you know, the mission is of cultural engagement, diversity and arts can be implemented in this new format. I don't think there's any problem with that. I'd like to see Ms. Lieberberg continue, you know, with the committee and all the members. And I'm looking forward to seeing how things move forward, but I don't think there's any negative. You know, I just want to call one thing out. Yes, I'm white, I'm male, I'm young, I'm Catholic, I'm a Republican, I'm Italian. I can't control that. And, you know, anybody who wants to. And I'm also a Jersey boy. So I'm sorry, people may feel that way, that I have those identifying characteristics, but I believe that's completely inappropriate to bring up. And might I add, we've had 9 women mayors in a row in this township. So leave it at that. Fields, look, I think we've seen the weather in the last several weeks and days. Turf would enable us to move pretty quickly on getting back in order. I think Mr. Stoller referred to that as well about field conditions and getting ready for the this year's conditions. Grass, it's gonna be a long time coming on that. I think that's probably it. I just appreciate all the engagement. You know, I think it's healthy when we have the dialogue up here and in the audience. But you know, let's all be very respectful, I think, of one another. You know, I think the call out of our identities is just completely inappropriate, and it's really sad to see that. I'm just gonna say that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, a few comments. It's been a long meeting, so I don't want to repeat, you know, what other folks have said. I'll start with CETA, and kind of encourage everyone here who's interested, who hasn't watched the actual meeting, to go watch it. There's certainly a foot fault there with no with the election and the no minutes. But at the heart of that meeting, and the dispute was about a political tile and whether there should be a political tile on the board. And if you watch it, that's what it's about. And then fast forward it, here we are today with this draconian effort. I'll disagree a little with my colleague, Mr. Cohen, that you know, if you passed an ordinance tonight or you passed a resolution tonight, it's got the same legal effect. One lasts longer than the other, but it doesn't strengthen anything if you pass it. When you look at the ordinance that's proposed, there by far is no guarantee that current members will be reappointed. There's certainly no guarantee that that committee will be able to elect their own chair. And there's no guarantee that Jackie Lieberberg will be the chair selected by this group. I listened to the audience today, and if I did my math right, there were 23 people that didn't want to change this, and there's 3, maybe 4, 5, 6 people that want to change it. On the tile issue, my understanding is that the 250 committee, who we have 2 members of this board on that 250 committee, had made a decision that they did not want any political tiles on the mural. Yet here we are talking about, this draconian, I don't know what else to say other than I really think my fellow TC members that are voting for this have gone a little too far. And I really think that when you look at a problem, you solve the problem. You don't come in with a sledgehammer trying to crush it. So.
For the record, I'm opposed to there being any political tiles. I'm not sure why that came up at the past meeting. I don't think it has any relevance to any action that we're taking. Personally, I think that if the 250 committee made a policy for which types of organizations were going to be permitted, then that policy should be articulated and adhered to. I think one of the problems is that CETA never really articulated one way or another what the criteria was. They never provided a list as to which organizations would qualify for a title, which ones were contacted. I find it quite troubling that, the only Black church that we have in town feels excluded. I mean, I think that's terrible. That's a pretty big deal. If you are a committee that is dedicated to cultural engagement, seems like the engagement part of that was left out. If someone is coming forward saying they feel excluded, I mean, that's pretty terrible. So, I think that if we had proper governance and structure, and we had leadership that was doing things by the book, having minutes, being able to produce lists, keeping records, etc., then things like this could be avoided. Mr. Stoller?
Sorry, yeah. And on the HPC, not to repeat too much, everyone was here tonight. I think it should have gone forward instead of being carried.
You voted for
That's it. Thank you. Mr. Stoller?
All right, I'm gonna pull my glasses off for this. The conversation up here is not about a certain point in time. It's about the last years that this town has experienced and looking for good, effective, constructive change. I'm just gonna read a couple pieces from a letter here that really drove me to service. 2 things drove me to service for sitting up here on this dais. 1 is this letter I'm gonna read, and 2 is putting 75 families on a contaminated site and with no environmental concerns or people lining up at the speaker to talk about it. So first, and I hate to go down this path, but I'm going to since our friends here brought it up. I'm a lifelong resident of Millburn as well as a longtime registered Democrat. I've served Millburn Township in volunteer positions for over 25 years, including 15 years on MSH Volunteer First Squad. Over the last 6 years, I've represented township residents as mayor and now deputy mayor on the township committee. Until recent local events forced me to choose between the party and my conscience. I had no intention of leaving the local Millburn Short Hills Democratic Party. I first noted a problem with party politics when I was expected to hire firms that were promoted by the county Democratic Party to perform township work. I was forced to choose between obedience to the party and maintaining my integrity and commitment to serving the residents of Millburn Short Hills. After reading that, I've been a lifelong independent, probably leaning way more to the Democratic side. But after reading that forced my hand to call to service. And understanding that there were structural issues in our town on what had to be, that needed to be remedied. This is not about a party. It's not about Republican or Democrat. It's about doing what's right for the Millburn residents. And that's what I'm gonna do. And, you know, as I've gotten to know Jackie Lieberberg. She's a fantastic person. We've worked together on the bid on the business improvement district. It's just a testament to have so many people come out and say so many nice things about her and give her that support. But I supported. That's not what we're talking about today. We're talking about structural changes that need to be fixed from years of things running amok. And that's kind of how I'm going to make my decision on that. The fields. Let me just read it. Let me just read something out to you guys on the fields. Honestly, Brown, Columbia, Cornell, Dartmouth, Harvard, Penn, University, Princeton, Yale, Newark, Pingree, Newark Academy, Pingree, Mount Kimberly, Del Barton, Golden Oak, Oak Knoll, Farbrook. Let me see what else here. Livingston, West Orange High School, Summit High School, Chatham High School, Madison High School. You know what they all have in common? Anybody take a wild guess? They have turf fields. The insipid gaslighting that's going on regarding these fields is crazy. The cost, somebody came up to the lectern and said, the Yankees and the Mets use grass fields. The NFL stadiums use grass fields. All their practice facilities are turf. The cost is beyond reproach for the cost to maintain those fields. I've been on this rec committee now and the Joint Fields Committee for over 2 years. There's a significant deficit of fields for our children to play on. Take the phones, the iPads, all that garbage, throw it out. The kids should be playing sports. We should have the opportunity to give them the fields, to give them nice fields that they can play year round. And after I was speaking earlier about the playability of the grass fields, it's going to probably be 3 to 4 weeks before we can even play on those fields when they were expected to open up on March 1st. So that's very, very difficult. You know, I think it's akin to looking at car batteries. Honestly, they did a whole life cycle analysis on them, but they removed the harvesting of the battery and what it does to our earth and the disposal of the battery. There's 250,000 Tesla batteries sitting in storage and no one knows what the hell to do with them. You know, if you put down the life cycle analysis, there's a problem. And, you know, my entire job, my entire business focus is on how do we, you know, remove CO2 from the atmosphere? How do we reduce shipping costs, et cetera? So, you know, I think once again, this is a red herring. We're throwing it out there. We're gaslighting the community, this and that. The work has been done. It's been great work by a lot of dedicated people and a lot of time being put in. I love the idea about the flood mitigation from Mr. Bambera. The whole idea there was to bring it back, and there's that creek behind the fields to run the water off into that and such. But I think we're going to look at that as well. The whole idea that the financial work has not been done is a farce. The financial work's been done. You know, somebody to throw an analysis together and say, oh, your cost of doing a field. They brought a guy in from Madison to our open space. Great guy. Send me the work. They're going to transform an old turf field into a new grass field. Okay. Well, how much is that going to cost? $200,000. Okay. When are you going to play on it? Well, we have to stay off it for a year, and it takes 4 to 5 years to have it fully playable. I'm like, what world am I living in to see that happen? And I said, send me over the financial analysis. I'm pretty good at finance. I've been in it my entire life. I can do the numbers. Let me take a look at it. Haven't received it. I don't think I'm gonna receive it. And it's for one lousy little soccer field that they're working on. Anybody who compares us to Maplewood, South Orange, Montclair, all these other states, they're on the verge of bankruptcy, folks. I think I heard somebody mention it before. They have CCC credit. You know, in terms of, you know, Milburn's going to lead from the front. We're going to lead by example. We're going to lead with our best intentions for all residents and move it forward. What else did I have here? Oh, HPC. I actually glad we kicked it, we pushed it down a little because it'll give everybody a chance to look at the information. I wouldn't kick this saying it gives people a chance to change their position to be for it. It's gonna change some people's position to be against it. The more information is better for the community. We saw this on the Marywood Knoll proposal a couple years ago. There needs to be more information. Everyone needs a chance to digest the information. The community needs to speak to each other, communicate, and have discussion. It was interesting, the discussion that Ms. Steinberg gave about the 40, whoever gave it about, I think it was Ms. Lomax, about the 40 units, which is possible. I mean, literally, they're putting a 65 unit housing on Woodmont, called the Woodmont Silverman Project, on the aquifer on JFK Boulevard. Erasing 138 species, I think it was. You know what the DEP did? It took 30 minutes for them to say, go ahead, do it. No problem. So understanding big government, small government, all those different pieces, time is good. Lets people digest it and such. Do I believe they should step on somebody's rights, civil liberties? No. Do I believe in big government? No, I want small government. But there's just certain things that people need to understand whether it works or not. I'm completely up. I don't know which way I'm going to vote on that when that comes down the pipe. Pastor Maribel, I'm going to go over and speak to her. I hate to have somebody feel excluded in our town. There's nothing that's more embarrassing than having Pastor Maribel come on that Zoom call and say that she felt excluded and she wasn't included in these discussions. Same thing with Oyen, who's a dear friend, a great person, Saltera. Just an idea of what percent those fields are of our total space in Milburn. It's like less than a half of 1%, and maybe a third of that. So it's very, very small in terms of the whole idea of we're shoving plastic down kids' throats. It's despicable. Anything else I can, since I'm on the soapbox here? That's about it. Thank you.
Business Administrator McDonald, do you have any response?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just two brief responses regarding the temporary budget. That resolution is on the agenda because we are getting towards the end of the third quarter. While it's usually, we could have done this on March 17th, of course, it is on the agenda tonight. Municipalities, as I've answered every single year, are allowed to allocate 26.25%. It's actually more now. The statute has changed, I believe, 34%, 35%, are allowed to allocate that as a temporary budget. It does not mean that you cannot allocate a single line item in full. For instance, we've had 2 major snowstorms, so it would make sense for us to allocate as much money as possible, considering the first quarter is in the winter, to those line items to ensure that we have the funds to pay for snow removal. So again, 26.25% usually covers a quarter. This authorization is to extend that. As I indicated, the budget process will be taking place in April and May. And so it can be allocated to single line items. We generally allocate the full allotment to the SID because they do not receive assessments until April 1st. So it helps them function for the first 4 months or 3 months of the year. Also on the HIF, for a point of clarification, the township has already entered the HIF. We've been in the HIF in 2025. For those who are keeping up with the state health benefits, last year went up 36%. Our HIF went up 19%. So while still significant for health insurance costs, we were able to realize those savings by getting out of the state health benefits in 2025. This resolution is just to extend that commitment to being a part of the HIF for the next 3 years.
And sorry, I'm gonna piggyback on that. Health insurance in the state of New Jersey, in the United States, is broken, completely broken. We own companies. That's the single largest line item in our company's budgets year in and year out. And for the last 17 years, it's been a hockey stick straight up. It needs to be fixed. That's where a lot of attention needs to go to. I sit on the finance committee for the budget. I've seen it year over year, and it's funny. And Alex will tell you, what do? I start I go crazy when we start talking about health insurance, because I don't have an HIF. I wish I did. I wish we had a place to go into, to kind of commoditize or, to share those expenses. But, yeah, no one should be, sitting here talking about the insurance, because we're way outperforming all of our neighbors and peers in the insurance. Sorry.
Just briefly, I know the mayor mentioned it, I just want to agree with the mayor. The petition file did invoke the provisions of NJSA 40:55D-63, and I had given that opinion, to the clerk and to the mayor.
Also address gender requirements,
Sorry.
our gender requirements for.
Oh, yeah, so to the question of adding a resolution late, that 48-hour provision doesn't apply to the regular meetings of the governing body. We're allowed to conduct regular business. We do put the agenda out to the extent known. It's not actually a legal requirement. We notice these meetings at the beginning of the year, and the public is here to attend and witness. I'm not saying that we shouldn't publish it, and we shouldn't. I think we do, as best a job we can as notifying the public as to the full extent of the agenda, but it's always to the extent known. But pursuant to the law, those meetings that we notice as our regular business, we're allowed to conduct any and all business. We can walk resolutions on if we choose to. We don't have to list them on the agenda at all. But again, this township is, that wasn't the intent here. I think it's a matter of just whenever it comes up, sometimes we want to get things on. But certainly legally, we can put the resolution on.
Do you have anything else?
No.
All right, so in that case, we will move on to consent agenda resolutions. The Township Committee will now consider consent agenda resolutions. Are there any comments from the committee in regard to any of the items listed on the consent agenda? Okay, may I have a motion to approve resolution 26-072 through resolution 26-083, which are listed on the consent agenda?
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Mr. Cosgrove?
Yes.
Mr. Ceruto?
Yes.
Mr. Stoller?
Affirmative.
Mayor Sekamandy?
Yes. All right, ordinances. Ordinance 2735-26. Committeeman Cohen is scheduled to sponsor.
I would like to present an ordinance entitled Ordinance 2735-26, ordinance amending and supplementing the Township of Milburn development regulations and zoning ordinances. This is something that came through the zoning code subcommittee. What it does is it redefines and expands the definition of what a medical office is, and also adds in other types of similar but different types of facilities, like an ambulatory surgical facility and an urgent care facility. There are parts of the zoning code that refer to medical offices, and our definition needed upgrade, and then where appropriate, these other two types were either included or excluded. So I move that this ordinance be taken up and passed on first reading, and that the township clerk be authorized to have the ordinance published in accordance with law on the item, and for hearing on final passage on April 7th, 2026. Please be advised that the public hearing of this ordinance will be held at the Milburn Education Center located at 434 Milburn Avenue, Milburn.
And I'll second that. So roll call vote, please.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Mr. Cosgrove?
Yes.
Mr. Ceruto?
Yes.
Mr. Stoller?
Affirmative.
Mayor Sekamandy?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, ordinance 2736-26. Deputy Mayor Cosgrove is scheduled to sponsor.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to present an ordinance entitled Ordinance 2736-26, ordinance amending and supplementing the Township of Milburn development regulations and zoning ordinance. Similar to that Mr. Cohen said a moment ago, this is another product of the zoning board, the zoning advisory board, to add additional definitions where we thought definitions were missing in the code. If you looked at the document, it's a red line document, so you can see what's been added or changed. I move that this ordinance be taken up and passed on first reading, and that the township clerk be authorized to have the ordinance published in accordance with law in the item and for hearing and final passage on April 7, 2026. Please be advised that the public hearing of this ordinance will be held at the Milburn Education Center located at 434 Milburn Ave, Milburn, New Jersey.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Cohen,
Yes.
Mr. Cosgrove,
Yes.
Mr. Ceruto,
Yes.
Mr. Stoller, Mayor Sakamandy.
Yes.
Thank you.
Right. Ordinance 2737-26. I'm the sponsor, so I would like to present an ordinance entitled Ordinance 2737-26, an ordinance creating the Long-Term Strategic Planning Advisory Committee and adding section 2-39 to the Milburn Township Code. This ordinance would establish the long-term strategic planning committee we have been discussing for the past several TC meetings. I move that this ordinance be taken up and passed on the first reading and the township clerk be authorized to have the ordinance published in accordance with law, the item and for hearing and final passage on March 17, 2026. Please be advised that the public hearing of this ordinance will be held at the Milburn Education Center located at 434 Milburn Avenue, Milburn. May I have a second?
Second.
I would like to ask this one and also the one after it. Normally, we skip a meeting between the first and second reading, and I see we're not doing that. May I ask why that is the case?
Yep, because I asked that we do this one sequentially so that the new committee has time to get up and running and can be productive this year. It's something we've been talking about for several meetings. So I see no reason to belabor it by skipping a meeting in between. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Cohen,
No, I'm gonna abstain on this one.
Mr. Cosgrove,
Yes.
Mr. Ceruto,
Yes.
Mr. Stoller, Mayor Sakamandy.
Yes. Right, ordinance 2738-26. I'd like to present an ordinance entitled Ordinance 2738-26. Ordinance repealing Resolution 20-35, permanently disbanding and dissolving CETA and creating Section 2-40 of the Milburn Township Code and creating the Cultural Diversity Committee. As we discussed at our prior Township Committee meeting, this ordinance would retire CETA and recreate it as the Cultural Diversity Committee. This is being done to address longstanding structural and governance issues that have plagued CETA. When the Township Committee reconstituted CETA by resolution, the requirements were clear: annual reorganization, chairperson, a secretary, and minutes. For 6 years, none of those requirements were met. No reorganization, no elected chair, no secretary, no minutes. And when the question of compliance was raised at CETA's own meeting earlier this year, the response from its de facto leadership was, and I'm quoting directly, "It is reviewed every year, and that's why there's no minutes required." That is not what the resolution says, and this is not a matter of interpretation. 6 years of non-compliance does not happen by accident. It happens when there's no oversight, no transparency, and no accountability. This ordinance ends that. I also want to say something about the minutes specifically, because while they are not a technicality, minutes are the record. They are how we verify what happened, how we track projects, and how we hold a committee to the standards it has set for itself. Without minutes, new members and new residents cannot build on the work that came before. A committee without record is by definition a closed-off club, accessible only to those already in the room. This township committee believes that the best, most qualified, and most diverse voices in our community deserve a seat at the table. And this new administration, which itself reflects the broad diversity of backgrounds and perspectives that make Milburn what it is committed to making and keeping that a reality. Keeping minutes isn't about bureaucracy. It's about holding ourselves not just to the standards we set, but to a higher standard altogether. That failure of accountability has real consequences. CETA recently undertook a community mural project, a diversity and engagement initiative, but 2 of the most prominent Black organizations in our community were not included: Black Americans of Milburn Short Hills and Mount Zion African Methodist Episcopal Church. When a committee operates without transparency or accountability, that is exactly the kind of outcome you risk. The Township Committee cannot allow its name to be attached to that. I want to sincerely thank former Mayor Lieberberg for her years of volunteer service and her passion for this community. We hope she will remain involved, and under this new structure, she absolutely can. I also want to acknowledge Committeeman Cosgrove, our liaison to CETA, who was present when these concerns first surfaced and who at the time recognized that reform was necessary. The facts before us tonight have not changed since then. This ordinance creates a cultural diversity committee with proper governance, transparency, and accountability. It opens the door to any resident who wants to serve. The residents of Millburn deserve nothing less. I move that this ordinance be taken up and passed on first reading, and that the township clerk be authorized to have the ordinance published in accordance with law and the item for hearing and final passage of March 17th, 2026. Please be advised that the public hearing of this ordinance will be held at the Millburn Education Center located at 434 Millburn Avenue, Millburn. May I have a second, please?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Cohen,
Emphatically no.
Mr. Cosgrove,
No.
Mr. Saruda,
Yes.
Mr. Stoller,
Affirmative.
Mayor Sakamandy.
Yes. All right, ordinance 2739-26. Committeeman Cohen is scheduled to sponsor.
Ordinance amending this page, sorry. I would like to present an ordinance entitled ordinance number 2739-26, ordinance amending and supplementing chapter 7 traffic, section 7-11.1, time limit parking on the revised general ordinances of the Township of Millburn. The proposed amendment to the traffic ordinance is to authorize the installation of 2 additional 15-minute parking spaces on Chatham Road to facilitate parking turnover for businesses located in the area. So those spaces will be on the side where the stores are. And this, I would like to point out that this was originally requested by the merchants that own the businesses there, and I'm happy to see that we're going to implement it. Right. I move that this ordinance be taken up and passed on first reading, and that the township clerk be authorized to have the ordinance published in accordance with law and the item, and for hearing and final passage on April 7th, 2026. Please be advised that the public hearing of this ordinance will be held at the Millburn Education Center located at 434 Millburn Avenue.
Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Cohen.
Yes.
Mr. Cosgrove,
Yes.
Mr. Saruda,
Yes.
Mr. Stoller, Mayor Sakamandy.
Yes. All right, ordinance 2729-26. Committeeman Ceruto, you're scheduled to sponsor.
I present for consideration an ordinance entitled ordinance number 2729-26, an ordinance to amend and supplement the revised general ordinances of the Township of Millburn, Chapter 2, Administration, Article 5, Boards, Committees, and Commissions. This is to codify Flood Mitigation Advisory Committee, etc. Tonight is the time set for the public hearing and final passage as advertised in accordance with law.
I declare the hearing open.
Okay. I move that this public hearing be closed and the ordinance be adopted on final reading, and the township clerk be directed to publish the ordinance by title as passed on final reading in accordance with law.
May I have a second, please? Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Cohen,
So I guess it's possible to change a resolution to an ordinance without changing the committee name, but I will vote yes.
Mr. Cosgrove,
Yes.
Mr. Saruda,
Yes.
Mr. Stoller, Mayor Sakamandy.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, ordinance 2730-26. Scheduled to sponsor. I present for consideration an ordinance entitled ordinance number 2730-26. Ordinance to amend and supplement the revised general ordinances, Township of Millburn, Chapter 2, Administration, Article 5, Board, Committees, and Commissions. The purpose of this ordinance is to establish a residency requirement for all volunteers serving on an advisory board in the township. This ordinance would require that those volunteers that are no longer a bona fide resident prior to September 1st of a given year resign from any advisory board they are serving. Additionally, should someone cease to be a bona fide resident after September 1st of a given year, they will be required to resign as of December 31st of that year. This ordinance would not affect those boards or commissions established through state statute, and exemptions would be provided for military service. Tonight is the time set for the public hearing and final passage as advertised in accordance with law. Declare the hearing open. We move that this public hearing be closed and the ordinance be adopted on a final reading.
and that the township clerk be directed to publish the ordinance by title as passed on final reading in accordance with law. May I have a second, please? Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Cohen,
No.
Mr. Cosgrove,
No.
Mr. Ceruto,
Yes.
Mr. Stoller,
Affirmative.
Mayor Sakamandy.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to old business. First up is fines. So, we had some discussions internally, about the fines. And I think we came up with a better approach. So the discussions that we had, are that we would have the fines for failure to remove snow and double parking up to $500 instead of just being a fixed $500. We would have a mandatory court appearance. What this would do would allow some discretion to the prosecutor and the judge. So if this were someone's first time offense, or if they had extenuating circumstances as to why they couldn't clear the snow or had some sort of hardship or something, then, the fines could be reduced. But if it's someone that's a repeat offender, a scofflaw, if you will, that, double parks all the time, then, the discretion would be there to have that $500 fine. So I think that this approach would hopefully address some of the issues that Committeeman Cosgrove pointed out last time. I think he said that the fine would be $250 instead of $500. I think this allows the flexibility required. So I wanted to open this up to the rest of the committee, get their thoughts.
Sure.
Mayor, I just want to say real quick, there was one legal issue that was brought up, which was, is there a prohibition on a certain percentage increase? And there's not. We're allowed to set our ordinance fines up to $2,000 just so the state statute, and there's no limitation on the percentage increase, so.
Also like impose jail time up to a certain amount. Not that we would do that.
If Ben gets blocked in again for coffee, he may.
This is,
We're talking about,
this is certainly,
double
certainly better than what we were looking at last year, but in the meantime, I checked New York City's, regulations. It's $100 for double parking in New York City. So I'm still, up to 500 certainly is better, but I just think, I don't know why we're in this punitive mode. Well, I don't think it's punitive. I actually think, I've spoken to the prosecutor. I don't know if you've spoken to him at all, or any other prosecutors or even our judge. The idea is about enforcement and the ability, and the $500 was, punitive, just flat rate. Giving the discretion to the prosecutor, gives us a ton of flexibility. He can go from 0 to 500, first time, et cetera, et cetera. But, it's a safety hazard for our children, it's a safety hazard for seniors, it's a safety hazard for everyone in town. So I think you're focusing on the wrong part of it. It's not the number, it's what the result is.
I think, I like the idea of the range. I think maybe that's better than just going right to the ceiling. I mean, look, referring to New York City, I don't know if that works. If they're doing a good job. Hoboken, certainly, I don't know what their thing is, but there's a lot of double parking in Hoboken.
I don't think we want to model ourselves after New York City.
Yeah, and anyway, to be honest, but I hear you. I think being reasonable, Dave, is important. I don't think excessive fines is the right way to go, but I lean more towards this range.
I have a question not on the amount, it's actually a question for Mr. McDonald. What plans do you have to enforce these, both
Good question.
the snow removal and the double park cars, which is a year-round problem?
Well, I think the snow removal is much easier in terms of enforcement. I think one of also the discussions that had come up at the last meeting and internal discussion was to extend time as well. So you're gonna have that up to 500, but then it would be, I think 12 hours, because it's 12 hours after the storm, after daylight after the storm. So storm ends at 9 o'clock, dawn is 8 o'clock, you have 12 hours from 8 o'clock to clear the snow.
Right now it's 8.
Correct. Right now it's 8 hours. Because there is some concern that, people are, they have a contractor, their contractor obviously in a storm like that is, at multiple locations, whatever it might be. As far as the double parking goes, look, I will tell you that at times the enforcement, and I'll just give you some statistics, that we pulled for 24 and 25. So from January, 2024 to December 2025, we issued 135 summonses for double parking. There are 134 summonses for not within a car space on the street. 311 summonses for not in a car space in the parking lot, which is not really all that relevant, but maybe relevant to the overall discussion of fines as well. But it does cut both ways a little bit in the sense that at times we've done targeted enforcement, particularly in front of the deli. Then those individuals get upset and they complain to the business owners. The business owners then complain to elected officials. Then we kind of play this circular motion of enforcement. So we just need, I think in the end we'll just have targeted enforcement. We know that Saturdays are a particularly difficult time. We know that lunchtime is a particularly difficult time. I think if we're able to also couple this with some other solutions like the loading hours, delivery hours, things like that, that will help alleviate pressure from the streets, which will allow people to park. Lot 12, we've already made a modification to make it 30-minute spaces so that people can turn over quicker. We have dedicated parking on Essex Street for delivery drivers in particular, so that they can sit there until they receive an order and then go get their order. So I think a little bit better education of all of that, as well as having some targeted enforcement times with the police department.
One thing I'll say though, and I don't want to speak for my colleagues here, but the cycle that you mentioned between the customers complaining to the business owners and the business owners complaining to elected officials. My reading of this committee is that the business owners would get a lot of sympathy from this board of elected officials. So I don't think.
I'm just letting you know what the past has been in terms of.
And maybe it's a little different, but when you're double parking in front of a walkway and kids coming across and gets hit by a car zooming down and can't see the kid because somebody's double parked, I could give a shit about the business owner who's out there complaining. I can tell you that right now. Because my daughter gets, when she walks through there, it's very difficult. And also too, I think the comment earlier about businesses and snow removal. Well, listen, if I'm walking down a street, I want to get a slice of pizza. I'm not crossing that street if I have to drudge through six feet of cement, 6 feet of snow and ice to get across the street. So it does hurt some of the businesses, et cetera.
Yeah.
We've had feedback from businesses that say they don't like the double parking. It causes disputes outside of their
Right,
business.
and disruption.
It's disruptive.
I'm not making an argument that that's a reason not to do it. I'm just saying that also does happen. But I think to your point as a township committee and looking to once somebody gets a fine and has to go to court and they have to pay $250, word will spread quickly and Milburn will see a decrease in its double park.
Right, and it's about safety. It's about safety at the end of the day of our children, of our residents, et cetera.
No question, yes, that, Whittingham Terrace.
Oh, it's right there in front of Oscar. If you
Yeah.
walk out, you're lucky not to get killed.
Well, if I could just also go a step further, while we're in here and we're digging around, a list of fines has not been updated for, I would say, at least 20 years. Some of them have, and those, again, I think to your point of what you're doing with double parking and snow removal, some of them have been increased based on issues in the past. So for instance, when you take a left turn into lot 1 from Old Church Road, which is an illegal movement, that fine is $85, which most are at 30, right? So what I would ask the committee is and I spoke to the police chief on these, is there can be a modest increase on the rest of the fines that exist. For instance, overtime parking at meters is currently $30, increasing that to $40. Making a modest increase on some of these, on all of these fines that haven't been modified in quite some time.
Right, and just from point of reference to our community, as we've seen, we put in place an ordinance that allows the Milburn Police to hold criminals that are not held in Essex County. And we've given a lot of latitude to our local police force, our local judge, et cetera. and crimes dropped precipitously in the last 2.5 years. We gotta give enforcement the tools as well, and I agree, they have to enforce. But the first one is, speaking to the prosecutor, if you can get in front of them and you don't have 6 speeding tickets and 4 moving violations, 4 or 5 moving violations, you should be fine.
Correct.
Yeah, so it sounds like there's consensus to move forward with this. I think that it makes sense to update the fines. They obviously haven't even kept up with the rate of inflation. So I'd say the next step would be for us to have an ordinance drafted for the next meeting. So we can consider that on first reading. We're okay with that?
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I mean, it generally but I'm okay with increasing, but you said just overall, we're going an overall increase on everything.
So there, I mean, I can run through it if the
No,
county
that's
wishes,
fine.
and I will send this to the township committee, but it's about a $10 increase on each of the fines.
Okay, that's better than,
Yeah, no, they're not all gonna go to $500.
Yeah.
I meant to record appearance.
Hey, we gotta pay for the field somehow.
I always pay to park, trust me, but I have the shopper permit.
Yeah, that's a good way to.
And I think we have to do that, is encourage more of the shopper parking.
Yeah, it's a great convenience to have a permit, not to have to worry about.
And so $10 lot that, Dave, right? $500 for parking.
You should just make them all 500.
All right, so that concludes old business. We have no new business tonight, and that brings us to the second round of public comment. Our new favorite. This public comment period is to allow for final comments from the community. When invited to speak, to offer your comments, please come to the lectern, clearly state your name, whether you're a Millburn resident and or property or business owner. Please do not provide your full address, seeing as our meetings are recorded and are readily available to the public. A reminder that in order to help facilitate an orderly meeting and to permit all to be heard, speakers shall limit their comments to 1 3-minute session. I now open the public comment period.
Hi, Trina Frankel, a Short Hills resident. I just want to address the issue of fines. And I have to say that my meeting with our seniors committee meeting is Thursday, so we haven't had a chance to discuss it, so I'll speak only for myself. My concern is for elderly or disabled people that are unable to shovel their sidewalks and frankly may not be on the internet and an old person or disabled person might be very frightened if they're asked to come to court. I think we can find a gentler solution. We have used the high school's club in the past to help, especially seniors, shovel their sidewalks, but high school, the kids are busy. And I think a better solution, and maybe Jamie can help with this, is using a scout troop where there's an adult who's always there rather than the constant turnover of kids through high school. Maybe someone could just knock on the door and say, gee, you haven't shoveled your sidewalk, and they say, I really can't. And we have a solution. We can get you in touch with a Boy Scout troop and they'll shovel it for you. I mean, I think rather than going to fines and judges would be more reassuring to our senior and disabled population.
Bill Kirsch, Millburn resident. I heard, Mr. Mayor is, in your comments after public comment, I heard you say something about we were not dissolving CEDAR. I mean, you made some comments, you said that. Now, this is an ordinance disbanding and dissolving CEDAR, just to be clear. Now therefore be it ordained, the advisory committee on culture, engagement, diversity and arts is hereby permanently disbanded and dissolved. So use that, where you said it wasn't being dissolved, you knew the ordinance is dissolving. I don't know, and again, we have no guarantees that Ms. Lieberberg is going to be honored or what's gonna happen once you reconstitute. Let's just be clear about that. Another thing I'd like to know is, where were the TC members? Where was their accountability while CETA was going rogue for 6 years? You make such a big deal out of this, Mr. Stoller, Mr. Saccomanti. Where was, whatever the committee member was, where was your responsibility? When somebody was being overlooked for this tile project, Mr. Saccomanti, Mr. Cerruto, you're on the project 250. Why didn't you bring them? Why didn't you do something then instead of just charging somebody afterward? which is why you heard me before skeptical about your going after somebody. You don't need to smile, Mr. Ceruto. And for you, I'll be here every meeting, and I'd like to see you assert some independence at some point. I know you're new, but I'll be looking for that. Again, Mr. Saccomanni, your own Republican Party chair was the person who pushed for these partisan tiles. If you looked at that meeting, if you watched it, you saw that. It's hard for me to believe you knew nothing about that. So forgive me for questioning that also. I think also, besides we're talking, Republican, Democratic, maybe there's something that isn't about politics, it's about a worldview that separates us. And maybe we gravitate to certain parties. Because I have seen, again, with, something with the Republicans. As opposed to achievement necessarily, you're looking for control. Control makes you feel more secure. You're not looking at the achievements of CEDAR, you're looking at control in the future, to control those. What some of us are uncomfortable with that for is that the more control there is, the less freedom there is, the less creativity there is. And that's what bothers us about it. Also, you seem to be more into punishment with a lot of these ordinances, more punishment than problem solving. I think that's another type of worldview that divides us into certain parties we gravitate to. So it's something to think about, whether you feel it's better to have achievement or control. Is it better to have problem solving or punishment? And then, frankly, Mr. Stoll and Mr. Saccomanni, what I've noticed over all the meetings that I've come to is you seem to look for something nefarious behind different committees and different motives. And I would encourage you to take a different point of view. Thank you.
Judy Christian, Milburn resident. I don't know why I'm here. I'm 72. My family moved here when I was in 3rd grade. But and I ended up back here by default. But I just want to say, I remember Freddie Piper right there in the middle of town directing traffic. Dancing. And as far as double parking goes, where are the police? I never see a police officer in the center of town. I mean, there should be. At least go to the car and say, move along, you're gonna get a phone. Okay. Instead of, I know a lot of them are at the mall. It's late, I'm being facetious, I'm sorry. As far as the fields go, my problem, I totally believe we need the fields. My issue is that I think that using the open space trust fund money is serving a very narrow purpose. I think it's a special interest group. The fields are important, they're necessary, but I object to that portion of the funding coming from the Open Space Trust Fund. I have a lot of things written down. I've spent a lot of time thinking about it again. I don't know why, but I do need you please to be sensitive to the people who are worried about plastics. One of my neighbors was a Bhopal victim. These people are serious about the future of their children. I don't have any children. You need to think about your grandchildren. I know you're looking at the best solution, but please don't underestimate the importance that this has to the people of Melbourne. Thank you.
Jackie Pease, our resident. Let us look at the possible unintended consequences from your unjust votes for the possible dissolution of CEDA. Have you inadvertently squelched the enthusiasm for civic participation? Will there be an erosion of trust? Will there be a culture of fear whereby prospective strong leaders decline leadership roles? Will there be trepidation of disproportionate and unfair use of authority? The potential for legal or ethical exposure, moral injury to other volunteers or those considering participation. And in regards to the persistent over-referencing of the near exclusion of the AME Church, I happen to live in the Washington district, so I know about the AME Church, which is as big as this room and in a residential area So for residents who have no reason to drive to that area or through that area, would have no thought whatsoever that there is an African Methodist church in this town. So I did a search. I looked for the AME church, for Christian churches. AME did not come up. I then refined my search to look for Methodist and Episcopalian churches. AME did not come up. So maybe the process was not flawed, oversight, not misconduct. Mr. Mayor, you could paint this as white as you want with the white brush, but the public will see this for what it is. It is punitive, it is political, and it is an overreach of power and control. And you did a very disservice for those who voted today to move forward. You did a great disservice to our community when you nitpick at agendas and meeting minutes and things that were so inconsequential to the record of success and achievement and accomplishment. It really is a sad state for our township committee.
Hi, my name is Arjun. Thank you for your time. Just, it's clear to me that CETA was is very important to the community here. And ostensibly, it's being disbanded because of the lack of, public notice. Transparency is very important, I get that. And I think that you should allow organizations to be able to rectify and to answer to the criticisms being made. What I find is highly ironic here is that on one end, you're disbanding an organization for lack of transparency. On the other hand, there's no transparency why this vote for the historical designation was moved at all. You were citing specifically in the previous town hall meetings, the majority of people want for this designation. That was never the case. If you wanted to actually listen to people, you should not have rushed through this process, through the historical designation process or through the prior town hall meetings. You would have seen that many people did not want this. And I find it incredibly disheartening that you're disregarding. You said the ordinance don't require, we need to have a majority of people in favor or opposed, we can do what we want. Town hall and local governments is about empowering the community, and that's not what I'm hearing tonight.
Charles Canberra. I'm a little dismayed by the vote for committee membership and folks who leave town resigning their positions. Disappointed in Committee Cohen and Committee with Cosgrove. In your vote, I expressed to you my concern, and you said you would do something to act on it tonight. Didn't. I witnessed firsthand, personally, the type of treatment on a committee that Mr. Kurtz said doesn't exist. And I was resisted from day one when I joined the Flood Mitigation Committee because I was Republican. And who am I to step in when there was years of the committee existed for years before my involvement, and who was I to step in with new ideas? Well, my new ideas involved permanent solutions that weren't enacted prior to my involvement. Right, and I was ridiculed to the point where I spoke to my committee chair and said, if this is going to continue, I'm off the committee because this is not political. I'm here to help. I'm not here for political reasons. So that does go on. And I witnessed it firsthand. And I got to the point where I was refusing to participate in that committee's functions while that person was on the committee. And they would continue. I finally said, thank God they're leaving. I see the light of day. And they were continued on for another 3 months. So that's the purpose of that ordinance. And I'm disappointed in your vote because you didn't support me. Thank you.
No, go ahead.
Again, my name is Jeffrey Feld, live in the poet section for more than 32 years. I basically have five really comments. Come September 11th, we're going to have the 25th anniversary of a horrendous, horrible event that affected this community in many different ways. Is there going to be a formal committee for that commemoration and memory? Because people lost lives, people lost brothers on planes. My wife survived. She was in the World Trade Center. And I think as a community, we're trying to heal, that we should come together with some kind of committee. If it has to be informal, just tell us if it's informal, or we're the Township Committee working on it, be together using our uniform first responders. I've known Jackie since middle school, and we were both influenced by Judy Gaines, and I'll go through that later time. Reverend Marable, I've known for 19 years. When you talk about nefarious behavior, I met her and her husband because we were combating nefarious behavior in Orange, which required the FBI to come visit me several times. As to the turf fields, when we had the last public forum at the school board, I asked for like a chronology, like saying what has like performance deadlines. We're talking about the engineering report. We're all trying to get this project started in July, but I think the community should know like certain things have to be done. Like the Board of Education, move the monies, have to get through the state through their budget process. People have to understand. There's questions whether the planning this project has to go to the planning board. I think people should understand the deadline. Ms. Singer earlier today said you should have a notice and opportunity to cure mistakes. We heard about administrative mistakes, administrative oversight. I'm telling you that today there was a major appellate division opinion that came out published. The binding principle goes back to when you're passing an ordinance, not like a zoning board case, that you had to have a record created supporting yourselves. That goes back to the SID's calendar year 2026 special assessment, that there was no direct benefits report. Also yesterday, there was an unpublished opinion involving the Milburn zoning board. I recommend that you go look at that opinion, because when you go to that opinion, you look at who the trial judge was, who was our famous judge, Judge Spencer. And when you compare the trial docket to what happened in Bear Properties, he's taking completely different actions. The zoning board was a case involving a zoning board decision. Bear Properties was about action. But that's really it. You're just to yourself. Thank you.
Jackie Lieberberg. I want to make a comment. Oyinole Lobby said something that is both troubling and not true. I'd like you to refer to the CETA recorded video on February 4th, when I publicly stated that Rufin So was indeed the person that was given to me as the BAM's representative, who we contacted numerous times and did not respond. When I was told that I should reach out to Oyen, I did so immediately, and BAM's was included in the tile project. This was not something that was done intentionally, and we had reached out to Mr. So many times, 6, 7, numerous. So I wanted to say that. And with respect to the Mount Zion Church, when we realized that it was not included, it was an oversight, it was rectified immediately. When you're dealing with 50+ organizations, 250 tiles, you do your best. This was not intentional. It was not with malicious, unlike the decision this evening. Thank you.
It'll be quick. Lisa Shanasi Singer, when you talk about the snow removal, I have to tell you, I live on Wyoming on the corner. And as much as the time frame that you think was appropriate, 24 inches or so that we got. Wyoming plowed. My street down the hill plowed. I wanted to put a 6-foot wall at the corner, which took me 2 days to dig a tunnel through so people could get out, because I shoveled my walk on Wyoming. I shoveled my walk on the avenue on my street, but I had a 6-foot wall and I have a picture of it with the snow up to the street sign. So please put that in consideration when you think about finding me, because I will be screaming bloody murder personally. Hi, Jean Pasternak. I just wanted to say that I want to really praise Frank, Ben, and Jamie for their leadership tonight in terms of you were faced with criticism that was politicization of I think, a proper governance issue that you tried to correct. You made clear, sensible responses. You're bringing concrete solutions to longstanding problems in this community, and I thank you, all of you. I know that there's peanut gallery laughing comments, but I sincerely believe that you've done the right thing. I'd like to also point out that as far as CETA goes, I really hope that Jackie remains on the committee and that she continues to do the good work that she's always done. I hope the others in this room that are on that committee also continue, and I look forward to being part of that and working with you. I think there's a lot of good that can come out of it. I also would like to add that Mr. Cosgrove, you wrote to me the day, I think it was the same day as the meeting when I raised those issues. I put them, memorialized them in an email, and you wrote back to me and said you agreed. And you asked me, as Mayor Sacamandi did, to come and bring them to you as on the Township Committee. So I find a little bit troubling you're kind of flip-flopping on this. I'd also like to say that I don't think it's a coincidence that you changed your mind about that. And raise some untruths about what actually happened at that meeting regarding this tile that I brought forward. I said that we're honoring volunteers in this community, and I said that both the Democratic and Republican committee have many volunteers through the years that have worked very hard to fulfill a statutory requirement that the town must fulfill and to do their work to do that. And they should be part of a volunteer group of people being recognized in a mural. That's what I said. It was not political. It had nothing to do with politics. Okay. I'd also like to say that if Jeff and I hadn't been at that meeting, those two organizations probably wouldn't have been part of this mural. So I'm glad that we're on there. We want to work constructively with the group. That's why we are volunteering our time, and that's how our track record is shown. I certainly believe that about myself. Let me turn to HPC. I want to get this comment in yesterday's NJ.com. There was a comment made by, let's see, let me just read it. There was a person that came forward in support of the designation. I would like to underline her grave concerns about the legislation that is being highlighted. It was by a member of Governor Sherrill's transition team. He's the head of the Fair Share Housing Center, Adam Gordon. Lawmakers should enact New Jersey YIGBY, Yes in God's Backyard proposal, which will make it easier for religious institutions and nonprofit organizations to produce affordable housing. On the face, it sounds great, but we all know what that means. Our zoning rules go out the window. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sapna Gupta, Irish Hospital President. I would just like to say I'm not happy or disappointed with the decision that committee made. Name change and making Jackie we worked very hard to reach out to almost everybody. And just like Mr. Jerry said that even I suggested in the last meeting we had that maybe Township should form a list of all the organizations, non-profit organizations or otherwise, so that in future nothing like this can happen. And we just click on the link and then we get all the registered organizations of it. The other thing is that whether the minutes were taken or not, whether they were told, I don't know about all that because I was not the original member of CEDA. But there's no reason for that reason is, to blame Jackie for something which was not really true. Mistakes can happen. I'm not saying that was a mistake, but I'm glad that our new members pointed out a couple of organizations. For one of them, BAMS, I know that Jackie talked about, like we reached out, she reached out, and somehow we didn't get the emails back. So I'm glad the two organizations are on the board now. So, but there may be others, you never know. So that's how it is. Mistakes can happen. For an example, I was given a parking ticket when it was valid. I was within my rights and it was not expired. I reached to the court. Obviously, it was cleared. And the judge asked me, do you want to go to the police office and report this? I said, no, it's okay. It's cleared. Mistakes can happen. That parking police is probably doing their job and they made a mistake. So maybe in retrospect, I should just have reached out and then, I don't know, I don't want that guy to lose his office or his work, so it's not a big deal, but I'm just saying that, keep that in mind. Thank you so much.
One-on-one?
One more.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Damaris. I'd like to address two things. I am disappointed in this committee that 24 people, including the majority of the members of CETA, asked you not to make the changes to CETA, and you completely ignored their pleas and plowed ahead with this ordinance. I'm also outraged by the disparaging comments made by our mayor about Ms. Lieberberg, implying that she had some ulterior motive and deliberately hid the activities of the committee. I also wonder, how can you take away from CETA the right now to choose their own chair? Why are you doing it? Is it because you're afraid they will choose Jackie again? That's the only conclusion I can come to. Secondly, I would like to address the 25th anniversary of September 11th, and I would respectfully request that, unlike other memorials and anniversaries, that in this town, the family members of those who lost loved ones on that day have a lead role in the planning of anything that this township does to celebrate that, or to commemorate that, rather. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yeah. Why not? Alex,
Ready? All right, last chance, public comment? All right, with that, I now close public comment. We'll have the EC response. Just someone would you like to start?
Sure. Ms. Frankel, Mr. Kirsch, every time you guys speak, I learn something new. I love hearing you guys speak. It brings, so it's very illuminating. I think just throwing out insults though from that lectern, dangerous situation when the liaison was not Frank or I, it was Annette and Dave Cosgrove, who was sitting on it. I sit on 7 committees now. I used to sit on 8 committees. I'm just getting pulled too thin. I can guarantee you that when I'm on those committees, I'm all in. I'm immersed into that committee, understanding all of the pushes, pulls, and such. And for that to happen, it's just not fair to sit there and say that we didn't monitor it, et cetera. What else? Mr. Bambera, I had to talk you off a ledge maybe 3 or 4 times when we were discussing, because I was on the flood mitigation, and it was becoming untenable, unbearable for you and such, and that was a good change. And listen, I can, you guys know me, I have no problem going against the establishment, taking it aside, going across. The CETA is not being disbanded. Every time it's going to be continued. It's going to come out better, stronger. And if there's not going to be the whole idea that CETA, cultural the diversity is being disbanded, is gaslighting the community, because we have in place now a much better, stronger resolution to bring it forward. That's all I have.
Sure, I'll go next. So, Ms. Frankel, I hear your concerns about, elderly and disabled people with regards to fines. I think what we discussed tonight, that up to $500 allows flexibility and discretion if there's particular circumstances. I like the idea of, maybe we could have scout troops offer to help out, elderly or disabled people. I think that that's something that can happen independently of, the fines. We can't simply, say, oh, well, we're not gonna enforce things or we're not gonna have fines, because we may potentially, have someone that's a special circumstance. No, we have to have the laws, and if there's a special circumstance, then we'll deal with the special circumstance when and if it happens. Also we have social workers in town, so, if we did have an instance like this, I imagine, if a cop went to someone's house, on a complaint of snow removal and saw if the person was elderly or disabled, they might not even write them a ticket, they might instead refer them to, the social worker or see if we can get, someone to help them out, et cetera. So, we do have compassion, and I do think that, the idea of maybe having the scouts volunteer to help elderly people with snow removal would be, a good one, and we should look into that. Mr. Kirsch, you're talking about semantics. Sure. Yes, technically we are dissolving and reforming CETA. The new committee is gonna have essentially the same mission as the old committee that it's replacing. It has a new name, it has proper structure to it, and it's gonna be, all that much stronger than what came before it. So, I think to sit there and say, oh, well, you're disbanding it. Okay, fine. Technically, it says we're disbanding it, but you failed to mention that we're reconstituting it under a different name, with potentially the same individuals and the same mission. So, I don't really appreciate that. And then as soon as we, oh, no, you have my word, and I'll ask Jamie and Ben, if Jackie or anyone that was on CETA applies, I'm happy to appoint them to the new committee.
You go right ahead.
Okay.
Every single member, and
100%.
honestly, I think every member of the audience should be part of it.
100%, if we
Because
got Dave and Michael
no
here
reason
too,
not to.
if
It's
it's not
great
gonna replace
engagement.
it, this is a good fix.
Yes, exactly. So let's see, and then as far as, well, why didn't we do something about it? Well, prior to this year, Annette was the liaison. So as Mr. Stoller pointed out, we were relying upon the liaison of the committee to identify whether there were issues. Clearly, she, either wasn't paying attention or just didn't feel that there were issues and didn't bring them forward. But as soon as we learned about the issue, we took action, because that's what we do up here. When we see a problem, we talk about it, we find a solution, and we implement the solution, and then we move on to the next thing. That is what it means to be, a leader. That's what good governance is about, and that's exactly what.
Honestly, the disservice was by the person sitting there as a liaison.
I agree, the liaison in prior years, I think, did that committee a disservice for allowing it to run the way it did without bringing any of these structural issues to the forefront and doing something about it. So let's see, Ms. Pizar, you speak of an ethical exposure, by making the change to CETA. I think we already had the ethical exposure. I mean, we heard tonight from that minister that said they felt excluded. It was a church that was here for what, like 100 years or something? I mean, to me, had the roles been reversed and it been, perhaps a Republican that was the head of that committee and done the same thing, I believe that you would have been the first person out here to say, oh, look at them, they're excluding members of the community. So, let's just be honest about what we're doing. Let's see here. Mr. Feld, 25th anniversary of 9/11. Absolutely, I think we should do something to commemorate that. I appreciate Ms. Damaris's, suggestions that if we do something, that we have the families that were affected by that front and center. I'd say not only the families that were, had people that passed, and that's tragic, but there's also families that had people that are living with, lasting medical conditions, et cetera, et cetera. So I think we ought to be inclusive And anyone that was, really affected by that ought to have the opportunity to be part of some sort of commemoration. Mr. McDonald, is there something that we like have in the works or plans? I know there's been some talk about this, or is that something we need to try and?
The only thing I'll say is that, yeah, usually on the fifth anniversary, in increments of 5, we do a larger, ceremony and, memorial, but yeah, so, nothing formal, has ever been done in the past, so happy to have something a little bit more formalized or, at least, make sure that we get a proper group together. We'll work with, the fire chief, obviously, who has done this in the past, at a more sort of internal, ceremony, but yeah, we can start putting that together. I'm actually a little concerned that we haven't gotten started on the Memorial Day parade yet, but yeah, we'll definitely start putting something together.
In that case, do we need to put that on their new business for next time, or? This enough to get?
Yeah,
the ball
this will
rolling?
get the ball.
Similar to the holiday list, right?
Yes.
Great.
Yeah, right, because I'll
Great.
be involved.
Let's see,
But I, we should go
Let's go on.
on that committee,
I'll try to be
100%.
The Singer, the 6-foot wall of snow, I hear you. That was a historic storm, the likes of which we have not seen for the past 30 years. So obviously, I think, when we have these new regulations on the books, if we have one of those historic storms, again, I imagine, the police, others will show some leniency. And also, if you get buried by 6 feet of snow on your corner, certainly, let someone know, and we'll see if there's something we can do, because sometimes it's beyond your control and the plows, plow that stuff in. I know that when we have had incidences where, there's been corners that haven't been dealt with, or aren't really clear who had to take care of them, we went and we had the township, take a look at those and take care of those, just like the traffic triangles.
Right.
On Milburn Ave, we just discovered that was a problem, and we took care of it. Ms. Pasternak, I appreciate your comments about the state legislation. I too read the same article I think you referenced with the IGB. It is very concerning, because at least my read of the proposed legislation, it would override local zoning. Now, to be clear, from what I can tell, it wouldn't override the ability of historic districts to, require people to go in front of HPC. I mean, even in other parts of the state, Glenridge in particular, where most of the town is historic, whatever got built there, they still had to go through the HPC process. And so, yes, we're not trying to stop the construction of affordable housing anywhere. We're just saying if there's gonna be development or overdevelopment in a historic district, it gives the opportunity for it to go in front of that board, gives you an extra layer of protection, and it gives you an extra layer of control as to what it's gonna look like to ensure that it's gonna be within the character of the neighborhood. So that's one of the benefits of historic districts. And I think that covers it.
I have 2 brief comments. First I want to address Ms. Christian. Actually, I had a similar conversation with Mayor Sacramento, I think it was yesterday. While in general, I support the Fields project, I also feel that the open space project, I mean, the money's the money, it's all the taxpayers' money, but I just don't think that we should be using the open space trust fund to fund that. We should fund that the way we fund other projects, and use the open space trust fund for other things as they come up. I'm hearing there's not a lot of things coming up, which I find shocking, because I've heard 15 different people have their fingers on that. But even if there isn't anything, then we can bank it until something comes up that is worthwhile. I don't think we should use it on turf fields, although I do think we should support the field project. Mr. Van Baar, I'm sorry for what happened to you on the flood mitigation committee, but that ordinance was about residence requirements. So the person who mistreated you, while you feel mistreated you, while that was wrong, the fact that she was or was not a resident is not relevant to this. I oppose the ordinance because I think it's too stringent. As I had said at prior meetings, I think that it shouldn't have, the deadline for, when you have to leave should have been moved up. And if you move out as of July rather than, you know, then you should be able to say.
One thing that, I'd like to add, thank you, Mr. Cohen, you triggered, my memory with regards to the Open Space Trust Fund. You know, what I found most interesting is, it was actually a former member of the Environmental Commission that went out sort of on the campaign trail selling this Open Space Trust Fund, and one of the principal arguments they made in favor of it was it could be used for recreation fields. Now, granted, this individual didn't say whether they had to be grass or turf, but for years, what's been talked about is turf. So I think, you know, many people that encountered this line of argument or this campaign point, if you will, thought, oh, well, this is great. Now we'll have the ability to solve our longstanding field issues. We'll be able to turf, you know, the fields and have increased playing time. So I find it a little troubling that some of the same individuals that went out there and sold this to members of the community are now saying, whoa, wait a minute, we can't use it for fields unless they're one particular type of field or another. I think that, you know, was sort of misleading to residents, and I hope those that are doing that really take a hard look at the promises that they made to members of the community and, you know, adjust their approach if necessary. Deputy Mayor Cosgrove, can you?
Thank you, sure. Mr. Bambera, similar to what Mr. Cohen said, my problem with that ordinance is it should be mid-year instead of September. I made that, you know, I made those comments at the time it was being passed. I'm in the minority of that, obviously. And Ms. Pasternak, I did not flip-flop on anything. The minutes should have been kept. The election should have been had. What I'm talking about today and what my issues are the remedy for that. As severe as it is, again, I'm in the minority, so I got nowhere. And as far as the meeting and what happened at the meeting, I prefaced specifically my comments to the whole audience saying, watch it yourself. Don't take my word for it, make your own impression. It's a video, you can watch it. Or it's an audio, I guess, but you can post it and you can watch it. And you don't have to agree with me on anything. That's it, thank you.
Regarding senior shoveling scouts, I'm all for it, you know, willing to help connect the dots. You know, and I think giving the discretion to the enforcement is important. So no question on that. I don't want to burden our senior community, and, you know, I think the more pipelines we can create. Ms. Pizarro, Mr. Kirsch, I would agree with Mr. Stoll. I think we learn a lot. I remember the first Township Committee meetings I was going to, you all were in the audience. Look at this, I'm on this side of the room. And my smiles, that's because I like to find joy in what I do. It's not of a disrespect. I think, you know, the semantics that the mayor pointed out, I think that's what, you know, sort of prompted me to smile and say, whoa, you know, we're certainly keeping a diversity committee. And I welcome your engagement, and I think it's important. So there's complete respect from this side of the dais. Let's see, Ms. Damaris, I would totally agree, engaging those families. And of course, others affected, and I think Mr. McDonald, it would be a good thing to expedite that process. There's a lot of things going on this year, and you know, so we'll certainly, I think we should get going on that. I think that's about it. You know, I say it every meeting, but I'll say it again. I do appreciate the engagement. I think it's really important, the two-way. You know, I think it's really is red, white, and blue up here. I mean, look at my pen. I don't think you could get, I think the level of engagement up here is very good, and it's extremely bipartisan. So I would just put it out there like that. And I hope that it continues in that way. And I think a lot of us vote 5-0 on a lot of things because frankly, we agree on most things. But tonight just wasn't that night.
Mr. McDonald, do you have anything?
Yeah, just real quick, on enforcement, obviously, so there's a few layers to this, and the first layer is that we have to send somebody out to enforce, particularly code enforcement, so, you know, or the police department, and there would be a conversation and understanding of what's going on with particular senior. My suggestion would also be that we have a discussion with the senior citizen coordinator to make sure that there is some knowledge of those people that might be incapacitated or not able to perform those functions, so that there's some maybe pre-awareness of that situation as well.
Like, that could be done through the senior citizen advisory board as well, right? So, I mean, that's what that board is there to offer that bridge, and I agree 100%.
Who's the liaison?
Dave Cosgrove, yeah. And Miss Singer, I'm on the corner of Wyoming and Cedar, and it's ridiculous.
Attorney Cantor, do you have anything?
Nothing for me, Mayor. Thank you.
In that case, motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Motion.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?